Found it. Hi, friends. How's everybody's sleepy Sunday? As you can see, we are down a VGG member. Please pour one out for Nate, who has a hurdy tummy today and is sitting right over here where you can't see him, but close enough to me that he feels attached and feels like he's part of the stream. Hurdy tummy comes for us all someday, you know?
Just hurdy tummy, bro. I don't just have a tummy ache.
It's elevated hurdy tummy. The kind that has you like Googling WebMD, self-diagnosing and thinking you're dying, but is probably fine. But anyway, that's why it's just me today. Just Fern for Fern's book club. Unusual. There's a silent Nate in Fern's book club. But not today. But I'm excited to get back to Death Trick Double Blind because it has been a really long time. I feel like it's been like 3 weeks since I've been on the stream. Nate, of course, was back more recently for Playdate streams, but even then it just feels like we haven't been streaming all too much lately. We've been super busy with other VGG stuff. So here we are. Back to solving the mystery, back to investigating in this game that we keep thinking we're gonna like plow through and make so much progress on, but because of just how much reading it is, we're just inching our way through. But I hope everyone is having a good day. Thanks for joining us. I'm actually just now having my coffee for today, because that's just how Sundays go. Hi, Scully. How you doing? I'll give it another minute or two before we get into the game. I'm doing good. Just kind of a chill weekend, actually. Like, we're doing a lot of like prep work right now in terms of VGG stuff, but sort of, I don't know, just had like a slower, like more planning forward weekend, so felt a little more relaxed. Got a haircut yesterday, or just like a trim for me. It's nothing like drastic. But it was good to get out of the house and like just talk to a normal person. Also, I've been thinking about just like all of my socializing in person is just at work, really. And so it was just nice to like go to like a queer friendly salon and like talk to another queer person and like someone that I like share experiences with and is not like my coworkers like talking about work, you know what I mean? So that was nice. What have you been up to, Scully? Yeah, we haven't been streaming a lot, but we've been doing like a lot of just writing and other stuff for VGG, which has sort of taken our attention away from the streams, but we're still here. We're still okay. Been sleeping a lot. That is good. Or can be good. I hope it's, you know, for nice reasons, just like getting extra rest. Yeah, we've had a change in hue. Scully is now pink Scully. All right. I am eager to get into the game. So let's get to it. Ooh. Let me know if that is too loud, the game music coming through. Okay, maybe it's just loud for me then. I'm gonna turn it down for me. A little bit loud still. Let's try that. How's this? Testing, testing. How's the audio sounding? Boost the game? Boost them. Oh, the gain. Is it on the right one?
Yeah.
Okay. Still a little loud? No worries. I also turned the gain up on the mic, so hopefully the balance is a little bit better. Let me know. I want you to be able to hear me. Obviously, it's a very reading heavy game, very dialogue heavy. That's better? Awesome. Thank you, Scully. All right. I gotta get over to, huh?
Don't let me click through the page.
Okay.
More.
Where?
I buried your saves, remember? It was on page 3. You were about to click on the last save I had.
I don't know.
Whichever one's the more...
This one. Okay.
Give it a sec.
Oh, hello? I didn't want to click that. There we go. All right, there is the game stream. A 7-stream streak. Okay, Scully. Top fan badge awarded. All right. Whatever. Wait, it's echoing like
No,
like the
the
sound.
character name.
Oh, the yes, the character. I see. See, this is how long it's been since we've even played this game. I forgot that guy's name.
What are we even doing? Like, what?
I know, that's what I'm like gathering my thoughts right now to remember where we're at, like where the last things we did were. So we finally talked to the kid last time. I remember that. We talked to Yan. I still don't remember. I still don't know how to say her name.
That'll help.
Where are the quests? Up here? So we still need to collect the alibi
Of Yan.
of Yan.
So you didn't meet or talk to Yan?
No, yeah, we met her as Jackie, but not as the detective. So we still need to talk to her in this round since she's there. And then we also need to talk with... Who is this? Alice? Is that the name?
Alice? Yeah.
Yeah.
The mechanic?
The mechanic Alice. And so that one's going to be difficult because with the detective, we can't go backstage, which is where Alice always is. So I'm guessing there's going to be like a really particular like moment in time where we're going to be able to talk to her, like maybe during the show that's coming up at I think 8 p.m. Let me figure out military time. We're at 3 p.m. right now. So we still have 5 hours until we even get to that show that they're doing later in the evening. And then we have until what, like 11 p.m. or midnight or something until the full like session is over. Like that's how long we have to solve the case. So still a lot to get done. I don't know that we'll get all of it done today, which sucks. Yeah, of course. Our next action is to flirt with Echo. Yeah. Okay, so let's just start here in the train car. We'll meet Yan with the detective because that's One of the things we for sure need to get
What does he
done.
have on him too?
We still also need to find our attacker, which we've made like no progress on. Fish, what is up?
Hi, Fish.
All my fellas. Nate says hi from his little hidey
death
hole
pit.
over here, his death
that me?
pit, as he says. What's up?
Is that me?
Yeah, we can see your arm. There's Nate.
Where's Fish?
Whoa! Don't do that. So rude. Whoa. You just flipped him off, and yet Fish says love Nate. Isn't that unbelievable? Love is so powerful.
No, I did that because Scully said he's flipping majestic.
Oh, right. You're gonna shuffle him again. Bro.
And deny it?
Yeah, and deny it, gaslight about it. The usual. Classic Fish in Lethal Company vibes. Okay, how do I look at my items? Not there.
Bro, Scully said do it.
Oh, you thought you killed Viddy? Dummy. Why were you trying to kill Viddy? What did Viddy do?
There was a valid reason. You don't remember?
Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay, I forgot when that happened. Viddy with 26 months. And Fish with the 33. Unbelievable support. Thank you so much. No, I remember the dogs. Viddy did try to murder us all for the bit, for the joke. Okay, so we did get into Echo's locked trunk with Jackie last time. I remember that now. And we haven't done that yet with the detective. What's his name? Detective Jones or something? Do we even have a first name for him?
Yeah.
What's
it's
his...
like something.
It's something. It's a detective name. I don't know.
Check your collection.
If only we could transfer evidence. Well, that's the whole thing. You have to like basically do it all double. Get all the information double that you need. Oh. Wait. Oh, we're under... Wait, we're under Jackie. Oh, there's different tabs. I'm so stupid, actually. Hold on. Okay. I'm seeing what's happening. Oh, I could have sworn we did have that like chest quest as well with the detective, though. But I guess not. Okay. Let's see what items we have as the detective. We have the bobby pin, the leather wallet, which is his wallet, the circus flyer. What is up?
See what we have in the second row?
Yes, I see. I'm getting there.
And you remember who likes that?
Yes, I remember. Bro, he's literal backseating right now.
Hey!
He's got a little seat in the back, and he's just backseating right now. We have the circus flyer. We have the photo of the crime scene provided to us by Moses, the circus owner. We have the strange bite marks on the pole, which was from the horse that escaped. We have lemon pie, which is what Nate was pointing out just now, which is favorable to the kid Yan. So I think we're going to have to use it at some point to bribe her. I don't know if it's going to be the first time we meet her or if we're going to have to like talk to her first and like gain her trust about something and then like in a critical moment be like, you know, now that we've talked a little bit, now that we're friends, you know, we've chatted, you can trust us and tell us the information we need, and here's a lemon pie also. We have the cowboy hat, which belongs to the clown, Chip, and was worn that day by... What's the fire eater's name? Aideen. Yeah. Aideen. I think Aideen. We keep going back and forth on pronunciation of, like, all of the names. And then we have the collection of shoes, which has, like, a piece of evidence that Aideen was out in the rain that day that the murder happened. Okay. So much information, so much to think about, so much to talk about. Okay. Let's get to it then. We're gonna go see Yan in train car number 1. So much to do, so much to see, Viddy. You are so right.
So what's wrong with the back street?
Yeah, we're gonna take the back streets, and you never know if you don't go and such. I knock on the train door. It's a young girl, dressed in some sort of bird costume. Her height, voice, and general demeanor make me think she may be the youngest person in camp. Who are you? What are you doing here? She ogles my outfit and comes to an easy conclusion. Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, is this a glitch? We just changed into Jackie, but we're here as the detective. Hello? We're a better detective as the lady than as the detective. Honestly, yeah, so far we're getting a lot more information. That was so weird. I guess we're back to normal. That's just a little glitch. You know, mistakes happen. It's fine. Oh, you are the detective, right? You look exactly like what I thought one of those would look like.
Also, you completely missed the little shenanigans I was doing.
What shenanigans were you doing, Nate? Hold on, I have to look in the background of what?
Of the camera. I was telling you to look in the background of the camera, and things were happening.
I missed it. I missed what you did. Were you flipping people off again?
No.
Were you doing a thumbs up?
Yeah.
Yeah? Was he doing a thumbs up? Is he lying? Was he flipping people off again? Okay, anyway. Backseater. Silence! Guess. He flipped me off, then he felt bad about it and did a heart. That is the Nate way, isn't it?
First he's sour.
First he's sour, then he's sweet. Then he's quiet.
Please shut up.
It's the trench coat. And your face. Bro, the classic move. She just your faced him. What about my face? I don't know. It's just very squinty. Like you're thinking.
Bro, you can't say that.
Thanks, I guess. I'm sorry, I haven't gotten your name yet. I'm Yan. I'm the acrobat. Do you want to come in? If that's okay with you. So, you have questions for me?
That's when he should have went, I have questions for your face.
Oh, that would have been so good.
Time of death.
Time of death, yes. So that's the one we have to ask everybody. Imagine just approaching a 10-year-old and being like, where were you at the time of Hattie's death? When the murder happened? Is that when Hattie died? Yes. Would you please answer the question? It was definitely her. I mean, some of us are we're still thinking it.
Didn't she say she did it?
Yeah, I've theorized it. I don't think it's out of the question. She's quite a little weirdo and a prankster and known for acting out and loves to play with spiders and, you know, can't always trust a prankster.
Would you do a murder for your YouTube channel?
Exactly. She is the kind of person that would do a murder for the bit. 2-week streak. Oh my god, he is streaking hardcore right now. Unbelievable. Not even 2 weeks and a day. Just don't want it to be Echo or my boy who I forgot the name of. I think Chip was your other...
Oh. Scully hates
No?
Chip.
Oh, you hate Chip. Yeah, Ghosty was Chip. Ghosty was the Chip lover. Who was your other one?
Rolf.
Rolf. Yes, your husband Rolf, of course.
I can't even remember the name though, Scully. I don't know.
You accusing Scully of being a fake fan? Alright. Yes, would you please answer the question? Scully, you're so valid. You are in good company right now. My memory is absolute garbage. Hold on, you're telling me there's a double blind? I mean, you said it. I didn't say it. You're telling me there's a double blind. I was with Aideen in our trailer. The whole time? Yeah, it was raining. There was nothing else to do anyway. There's also going to be a death trick. Well, the death trick already happened. And I'll be totally honest with you, I don't know what the double blind part means. I don't know what that is. It sounds like a card game thing. Is that a card game thing?
There's blinds in poker.
Yeah, in poker. Is that what it's referring to, or is it like something else? Like a literal definition of blind? I don't know. I am just waiting to find out, you know? You think we haven't seen the trick yet? But we did see...
Vinny's saying there's more to it. That's what Vinny's saying.
Well, what do you mean? But we have seen the death trick. That's how Hattie died, was doing a trick. Like a trick gone wrong. Death trick double blind, that's the fucking name. Does that mean that 2 people did it? I think it's possible. I think there is probably definitely some element of collusion to all of this. Like, and that, you know, some people in the circus probably know and are like covering up for each other because that's what they need to do. They're like a circus family and whatnot, so yeah. Stop giving weird hand signs in the background.
I'm doing thumbs up, thumbs down.
What were you doing? We were listening to the radio we borrowed from Chip. The New England DK was playing.
DK!
Like Donkey Kong? When did you hear about Hattie? We heard knocking a little after 7 p.m. Aideen opened the door and saw Echo. Echo never comes to our trailer. Echo wanted to talk to Aideen alone, so she asked me to stay inside. Alright, got the statement. When she came back, she was crying, and she told me Hattie's dead. Okay. Okay, so what did we have in terms... Do we have... We do. We have a contradiction already. Right? That's what that's referring to. And so I think that's what she just said and Aideen's updated statement, because we did find out that Aideen was like out for a walk with a certain someone. I don't remember if he knows that. No, he does know that. Yeah, that she was with Rolf on Monday afternoon. They went for a walk. So it is time to contradict. Contradiction! That's nice of Echo to consider the child and not wanting to just say it. Yeah, I mean, she was gonna find out in some way or another, of course, but yeah.
But you really don't know if Echo is saying the child killed Hattie.
Right. He was he just didn't want to say it in front of her because he knew that she was the killer. Little coffee sip. If my boys are involved, I'm gonna buy everything on earth. Imagine it's just both of the ones you love the most. Your faves are problematic,
And Chip's
Scully.
the hero.
Yeah, and Chip's the hero. Yan told me she was with Aideen on Monday in their train car. But I already found out Aideen wasn't home. She was out with Rolf. So,
Awesome.
Aideen already told me the truth. She wasn't with you on Monday. Okay. Okay. That's all you have to say? She shrugs. I really was in the trailer the whole time. I was just listening to the radio. Do you remember when Aideen came back? Yeah, 7 p.m., right before Echo came by. Okay, now we have the updated statement. What do you think she knows about my attack? I bet she knows. I bet she saw it from the car or something, from the train car. I'm gonna ask her about it. I'm not gonna ask her about it? He's too embarrassed? Sure, I want to tell her about this.
Whoa.
Oh.
Solid.
Why is this such a big choice right now? Wait. Do I not tell her yet? Is it like warning me?
I don't know.
You played the game.
I didn't do this. I never found out who attacked me.
You never found out? They never found out who attacked him. Bro. Well, now I have to. I'm gonna ask. I'm scared. Oh god. Fine, I hope this doesn't lead to questions about my competency. Oh my god, I'm scared. What if this is just gonna like ruin the whole case actually? Someone hit you in the head? And took your clothes? Yes, assault and robbery. Hilarious stuff. But you're a detective. That's like if a lifeguard drowned.
It is very funny that you've not asked anyone about it, but the first
I have. I've asked one other person about it.
I think you just talked to Ralph about it because he saw you naked.
No, I asked somebody about it later on. I did, I swear. Or if a magician known for a knife-throwing trick gets stabbed through the heart. Trust me, I'd very much like to question my past self too. Because you don't even remember why. This is like one of Chip's fake stories. I'm very much regretting the choice to tell her this. Shit. Did you tell your mom someone hit you in the head? No, I'm sure she won't be happy to hear that, so let's hope she doesn't. She's like, I'm gonna tell your mom. Alright, well, that did not go well. I could ask her about herself or about Hattie. I don't think I need to ask her about the shoes, right? Because we already got the information that Aideen was out, which is what that was leading to, I think. I could ask about the cowboy hat, because wasn't it Aideen and her were seen, and Aideen was wearing the cowboy hat? No? I don't remember.
Just outside, remember? They would have. The whole thing was that he thought it was Chip. But if there was Aideen and Yan.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I might just come back to her later and go do something else.
Bro,
What's up?
the one thing you have?
You want me to just give it to her now? For what?
Guess not. I don't know. I don't remember how it works, bro.
Nate is like saying he doesn't remember, but like urgently pushing me to give her the lemon pie.
You have the thing that you know she likes, like.
Yeah, and didn't the game like warn me to use it in the right moment?
Okay.
So what is this moment? There's no moment right now. Stop confusing me. Maybe I should ask her about circus secrets. No. She is a little sneaky, but again, I still don't know if asking about this is ever gonna like bring up circus secrets or if it was just like a warning, you know, this says that they're very secretive people. Like, is that actually gonna do anything?
You also could ask about people.
I could ask about the secret romance. Is there any point in asking, like, following up on this? I don't know. I'll just ask about Hattie. Were you close with Hattie? She gives me a mischievous grin. Hattie didn't like me because I put spiders in her bed. How did you do that? What do you mean, how? I caught a spider this big. I recoil when she indicates it was the length of her palm. Don't visualize the spider. Don't visualize the spider. Don't visualize the spider. And snuck into her room while she was away. Then I put it under her blanket. And how did you manage to sneak into Hattie's room? She forgot to lock the door? Yeah, nice try. Well, Aideen has the keys to Hattie's trailer, so I just asked to borrow them for a second. I find it hard to believe that Aideen would give you the keys without asking what you were doing. Okay, I'll tell you, but only if you don't tell anyone else. Pinky promise. I picked her lock. Scandalous. I know. I promised Aideen I wouldn't do it again to steal stuff. You did it before to steal stuff? Don't worry about that. The point is, I wasn't stealing stuff. I didn't take anything. If you think about it, I put things in. Like Santa. Santa breaks into houses, kinda. But people don't get mad at him about it. Scandalous. Can you do it again? I need to inspect her room for detective reasons. Ooh. Interesting. She looks at me and points an accusatory finger. But I thought you were gonna... Hey, I'm a detective, not a cop. If you just needed to get into her room, you could have asked Moses or Aideen, you know. They have the keys. Where's the fun in that? So, can you help me out or not? What do I get out of it? Some fun of your own? I want lemon pie.
Look, you were gonna leave. That's why I had to keep.
Lemon pie. Tito was onto something when he said I'd need it. But I shouldn't let her have it that easy. I need to make her believe I'll work for it. Where am I supposed to get lemon pie for you in the middle of a circus? Her smile turns brutal. I can tell I played right into her hands. Tito has it. He got the last slice from the kitchen this morning. Oh, he's the fortune teller. And you missed out? How do you know he didn't eat it already? I was sleeping. And I know he hasn't. He doesn't even like it. He just did it to piss me off. Bro, is she allowed to say that?
Grounded.
Grounded. Keep it PG. Get the lemon pie for me, and I'll open Hattie's door for you. Deal? I'll think about it. Okay. Okay, so can I just give it to her now?
Yeah.
Or do I need to like leave first and like pretend to come back? Nate says no, it's not that advanced. Alright, so now we do have the opportunity to bribe her. So we found that. That's good.
So that's why I was like, I remember it had to do with that, but you had to trigger it somehow. And you were trying to leave, so I was like...
I was gonna come back here. But it doesn't matter because we already found it. Alright, here we go. We're gonna get into Hattie's place. Here it is, by your request. One slice of beautiful, aromatic, freshly, well, not freshly baked, it's cold by now, lemon pie. Ooh, gimme. I hold up the pie in the air, just out of her reach. What about your end of the deal? Hey, give me the pie first. I'll give you the key. Yeah, we'll save that for next time. Promise? Hey, what's over there? She points to something behind my back. I do not turn around and keep my arm high. Did you think I was gonna fall for... As I prepare to mock her attempt, she lifts her head to take another look and literally flies upward, snatching the package out of my hand. Classic acrobat shit. What? She starts ripping the package and stuffing its contents in her face, mumbling to me with her mouth full. Did you think I couldn't jump that high? I'm an acrobat. She finishes the slice in a few short seconds and smacks her lips. Bro, she gobbled it. See, I had a feeling you'd need this. I already went in. Here. Train 3 key. Wait, I thought you picked her lock. How did you get that? She always keeps a spare key under her potted plant. Are you going into her room? Maybe not right now, but I plan on it. When you go in, say hi to Zuzu the spider for me. You are kidding, right? The spider's definitely gone by now, right? She shrugs. Okay, take a deep breath. The spider is definitely gone. I guess I'll just have to see when I go inside. Bro, it was the spider that killed Hattie. And then they had to stage the crime scene to direct attention away from Yan, because technically Yan killed Hattie with the spider that she put in her room. Solved it. Easy. Okay. I feel like we can leave now. Well, let's see what else there even is to do. Because we still don't have Alice on the board, so we can't go talk to her. I mean, we've talked to many of these people. Go to what?
Hattie's.
Oh, do we just go straight away?
I think you can just go whenever, man.
Yeah, maybe
it's just open.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because it's with Jackie that it wants us to go at a certain time.
Yeah.
So we can just go anywhere with him.
Note saying I go.
Yeah, we got that spooky note. That's how we ended the last session. But he's fine to go there. So here we go.
I'm in.
I'm in. I should take a look around, see if I can find any clues. Are you getting up? Can you heat this up for me? My dear darling angel, my love. Thank you so much.
Look at my hair.
little show and tell time?
You want to tell me?
All right, cool. Scully says, hi, Nate, bye, Nate. Whoa, what is this painting? Kind of spooky. Okay. We're in. We have something broken here. Signs of a struggle, perhaps? Interesting. Okay. So we want to just have a look around, yes? Many objects of interest. A few maps of the United States are taped on the wall, hate that place, with colorful stickers and markings that were added by the owner. It seems like a way to mark all of the cities she's visited or performed at. What else? What else? A printed photo of an older woman dressed in an elegant robe with a silk shawl looped around her arms, stretching them out to the audience. Okay. So maybe like a performer that she looks up to or something. Is that another magician? Oops. And that's the classic here. You always end up clicking on the same object again. A mountain of luggage is stacked at the back, tied down with ropes, probably to prevent it from falling over when the train starts. Is this all Hattie's stuff? Maybe they're using the extra room in her train as storage. She's the only one that gets a whole train car to herself, after all. That's true. Maybe the murder was done by someone bitter that they don't have their own room. Like Chip or Echo.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. The table.
Or Yan.
Yeah, Yan's just vying for her own room. Thank you. I appreciate you. The table is cluttered but organized. Books, notebooks, and various magic props are placed across the table. I quickly skim the books for anything related to knife throwing. Nothing. Among the vast collection of magicians' books and manuscripts, nothing even mentions a knife. Disappointed, I take a second look at what's on the table. That's when I notice there's a small shelf with a drawer to the left side. It's not locked. I slide the drawer open. Laying inside the drawer are some personal letters and a pair of glasses. Gasp! She couldn't see. The lenses are thick and curved. I feel dizzy when I'm peering through them. These are not cosmetic glasses. They are for nearsightedness. Did these belong to Hattie? But no one mentioned anything about her vision. There's the double blind! Oh my gosh. Wait. My earring just fell out. Pause. Pause one moment. We finally found the double blind. Okay. Sorry about that. Nearsighted glasses. A pair of elegant metal-rimmed glasses I found in Hattie's desk drawer. The lenses are thick and curved, clearly for someone with a case of nearsightedness. As far as I knew, Hattie didn't need them. Is anyone in the circus nearsighted? Who could they have belonged to? Why were they in Hattie's drawer? All right. A few glass trophies are proudly displayed on the tall cabinet. They look pristine and carefully placed, not a single scratch or chipped edge to be found. Oops, I have done it again. And finally, perhaps the most intriguing piece of the room. Aquamarine glass shards are scattered on the ground. Seems like something was broken here. And it's not hard to figure out what. On the nearby shelf, several more glass trophies are neatly arranged, looking pristine and well polished. That's just her sea glass collection. She actually just collects all kinds of glass. That's why she has all the glass trophies and, you know, broken glass on the ground. Did my earring just fall out again? Okay, well, we're done with this because I don't want to keep fixing that. That's super annoying. Upon closer look, they seem to be magician awards addressed to Hattie. They clearly took great pride in them and cared for them accordingly. It's hard to imagine someone as clean and organized as the owner of this room would leave glass shards lying around. Which raises a more interesting question. Who broke it, and when did it happen? Does that mean someone else came in here after her death? Oh my gosh, so many new pieces of interest and new tasks and quests to follow up on. Thank goodness. Okay. So I kind of want to take this information and I want to use my last action point to perhaps ask Aideen about the glasses. I don't know that they would be hers, but as we have context from playing as Jackie, which I don't think we have the context here yet with the detective, is that there was previous romance between Hattie and Aideen. So I'm just thinking like maybe those are something that had been left in the room by Aideen, but we also don't know anything about Aideen being nearsighted, but that's just where I'm going to start. The only other place that I can think of right now is Moses, just because he already wears glasses. But we don't like have anything yet leading me toward him, so I'm just going to start here. Bro, where's her eyes? Double blind. When I enter the tent, the sights startle me a bit. It's dark inside, most of the lights have been turned off, and the thick tarp of the tent block out every bit of sunlight that threatens to seep through. Yeah, Aideen is her best friend, so she would know. I have to blink to get my vision adjusted to the darkness inside. Standing in the center of the ring, face dimly lit by a ring of soft lights, is Aideen. She's holding a thin torch the size of a drumstick, twirling it between her fingers. With a mysterious smile, she leans her head way, way back. Bro, she's gonna eat it! She opens her mouth and inches the flaming torch towards it. The room is quiet. In the light of the dancing flame, everyone can clearly see the flame touch her tongue. The anticipation is palpable. Somehow, I feel as if I'm tasting ash and feeling pain myself. Bro, he's an empath? All eyes on her, she closes her mouth around the flame.
All eyes on me.
It's dark inside. Most of the lights have... Oh, it already said that. That was a repeat line. That was weird. She smiles and walks over to a nearby table, picking up another identical torch. She dips the torches in the bottle of fluids on the table and carefully uses a towel to dry them off. One hand holds the two torches in an X shape, while the other produces a lighter. She touches it to one of the matches. Now, anywhere the flame goes, it leaves a trail of fire. She swipes the torch lightly over her bare forearm, and just as she said, a line of fire appeared. That must hurt, right? But she calmly wiped it off with her other bare hand, as if it were dust on an old jacket. Have you ever wondered if you can move fire through your tongue? Someone sucks in a sharp breath loud enough to be heard through the tent. She sends a look in that direction, but keeps talking. No, just me, I suppose. Everyone laughed. You want to see it? Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah! Very well. Here we go. She holds the lit torch in one hand, the unlit one in another. Next, she rolls the unlit torch on her tongue for a few seconds before putting the flaming one out on it. A flame appears in her mouth, tiny enough to be the wick of a candle. She moves the unlit torch back, using her tongue flame to light it up. It works. The flame jumps over and immediately expands to match the other side. She holds that pose, 3 points of light dancing in the darkness. What's the button again to move this? To remove the text?
Maybe tab.
Yeah. Get a full look. All these screens, these stills are always really good in this game. It's somehow horrifying and fascinating at the same time. Amidst the applause, she finally closes her mouth and puts out the flames with a shake of her wrists. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier in the dark. That was great. Doesn't it hurt? I probably shouldn't feel proud making a 12-year-old laugh, but I do. You can't imagine what trying to eat a meal felt like in those first few months. Oh, how long have you been at it? I learned the basics when I was a teenager, but I started performing professionally, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. Now that he's seated, he's floating at about 9 feet tall. Everyone has to crane their necks to see him. Ooh, what is happening with the game? I feel like it's like mixing dialogue lines up. It's so weird.
It's buggier now than it was when I reviewed it.
Really?
Things like this didn't happen.
Dang. Yeah, Nate's saying like the game is buggier now than when he reviewed it, which was like before it even came out. Really strange. I'm just trying to figure out who this is even about. Is it like Chip when he was doing the like stilts or whatever? Ha! Trying to guess my age? I was when I first started performing. I was what? I was so confused right now. I'm just so confused. I'll leave you to do the math. What does it taste like? The fire is just fire. It has no taste. What registers on my tongue is mostly just gasoline.
So gnarly.
A little bitter, a little sour. If you close your eyes, maybe you can mistake it for alcohol. Are you supposed to drink that? Isn't gasoline poisonous? Only slightly. In all seriousness, no, you should not drink it. They were like, for legal purposes, do not drink gasoline after you play our game. I used to do another trick called fire breathing. Basically, you hold a mouthful of fuel and blow it into an open flame. Makes you look like a dragon. You're not supposed to swallow any of it, but sometimes I couldn't help if some of it went into my stomach. Oh, girl, are you okay? It gave me cramps like you wouldn't believe, and sometimes it felt like the fire has made its way into my heart, burning all of my blood as it pumped. I had to drink 2 liters of milk every day. Apparently, it soaked up the gas. Once again, girl, are you okay? That sounds horrifying. You stopped, right? I stopped, but not for that reason. Biddy could be a fire breather. Yeah, Biddy could drink 2 gallons of milk. Easy, like no problem. I stopped because I was lactose intolerant. I stopped because another performer I knew was doing the same trick in the park one day, and a gust of wind came out of nowhere. Oh no. The fuel he spat out went straight back onto his face. Jesus. Oh God.
Oh God.
He didn't die, but he ended up with burn scars all over his face and neck. Call it vanity, but I stopped after that. Well, I'm glad you did. Me too. Besides, can't do it in a circus tent anyway. Too much of a fire hazard. I don't want to make it sound all bad and terrifying. Honestly, those aren't even the worst parts. I think that only succeeded in making me more terrified. You don't want to make it sound terrifying, but those aren't the worst parts? Biddy. A gallon a day keeps the doctors in pay. You'll never guess what the worst part is. What? The burping. Oh God, the burping. I'd be in the middle of a nice candlelit dinner date, and all of a sudden, burping gasoline. Can you imagine? Talk about breathing fire like a dragon. I sounded like one too. We look at each other and laugh. You're right, I would never guess that in a million years. After the laughter subsided, she was a little quiet. I mean, an old lover of mine used to complain I tasted like fuel all the time.
I mean, bro, we know.
The detective doesn't know yet, right? I don't think so. Real smooth though. I wonder who. You know what I said? What did you say? I said, that just means my kisses are fiery. That should be funny, but something about the way she said it, a little quiet and melancholic, makes me hesitant to respond.
Fish did the same bit.
Good one, Fish. Haha.
Fish, you stole that.
You stole that.
Aideen.
Mine was first. Not by my counts. She seems to realize that too, and hastily switches topic. Scully.
Scully, this one's for you.
Nice. That one's for you, Scully. That thumbs down in the background. We just have like a running
I judge.
like reaction, like live reactions to the stream. Just giving thumbs up, thumbs down, and flipping us off, you know, depending on the mood, depending on how the stream's going. I don't like this live performance rating. Anyway, it's more fun than you think and the coolest party trick ever. But probably not something you should do every day for the rest of your life. One day, probably not long, I'll have to figure something else out. Especially now that I have someone I need to take care of. Does she mean Yan? I see. Nice reactions are what content warning needs. So true. I was curious, have you or like anyone else been back into content warning since the new patch just came out like what, a couple days ago? I was curious if that was something they added in, but I don't think I saw that in the notes, but I know that they had changed like a lot of stuff. I want to see her grow up, and I can't do that if I have too much gasoline in my blood and ash in my lungs. Still, I'll be sad to let this go. We sacrifice some things for things we love more. Yes, that's right. Anyway, sorry I've been such a downer. The performance was still fun, right? Did you need me for anything else? I do, yes. I have some questions. Alright, yeah, that was a long intro. A lot of extra info.
You can ask for one thing.
Yeah, I know. I just came here to ask her about one thing, really. Wanted to ask her about the glasses. Oh, wait, we have a contradict. What is that about?
I don't know.
Hey, what's that about?
Did Aideen for sure say she came back at 7? Even in the updated?
In the updated, yeah, Aideen said they walked far out in the field and got stuck by the rain, only managing to make their way back to the circus at around 7. Aideen went back to her trailer, and Echo came to find her not long after. So that matches with...
Oh,
What?
could it be the trick? Do you have anything about the trick? The knife throwing act.
The knife throwing act?
And glasses. If Hattie threw knives,
That... Yeah, we could try that.
and Aideen was the person in the act, right? The other person, so she wouldn't have to answer.
Yeah. We could try that. Nate is suggesting we try contradicting the knife throwing act with the nearsighted glasses because those don't really match up, right? Yes? Yeah! Oh, new Nate reaction just dropped. We got a seal barking and clapping. Hattie couldn't have really performed the knife-throwing act because she had problems with her vision. These are definitely Hattie's glasses. Says who? She's not looking at me. She flicks her wrists, idly watching ash falling from the tip of her cigarette. I might as well not exist. When I found them in her room, I thought they couldn't be hers. What other explanations make sense? Maybe they're yours? But then I thought, no one wears glasses in the circus, right? Moses does. His are reading glasses, not nearsighted ones. And, well, something tells me that these are not his style. She tilts her head in silent acknowledgement. The most importantly, if anyone else in the circus were nearsighted, they wouldn't have any reason to hide it, would they? If the others are having problems with their vision, they can just wear the glasses. The only reason Hattie doesn't is because it would destroy the illusion of the trick.
The death trick.
The death trick. How can she throw knives from 30 feet away when, going off of the thickness of these glasses, she wouldn't even be able to tell a bird apart from a squirrel at that distance? Staying almost entirely silent throughout my whole speech, the woman in front of me lets out an ambivalent, like her mind is somewhere far away. But I know better. Okay.
Bro, you got 200 XP.
And there they were, just sitting in her drawer. You must have known about them. But I'm guessing even you didn't anticipate a certain sneaky lockpick to assist
what a
me.
narc.
Bro, we're snitching right now. What the hell? Bro, you really can't trust cops. Just goes to show.
Not a cop.
Bro, he's a cop. He's a detective.
He said I'm not a cop.
He's a cop. Detectives are cops.
Bro, so you hate all detectives now?
Yes, I hate all
Hate
detectives.
Dale Cooper?
Yes, I hate Dale Cooper.
What? Stop!
Do Hattie and Aideen switch places for the death trick, like swap costumes? That is possible. I'm trying to figure out, like, yeah, like, were they already, like, swapping places, and Aideen was dressing up as Hattie. I don't know how that would work. Or like, that seems like a lot of
Just click buttons,
costume
bro.
work. Ah, that gets a surprised reaction. She genuinely didn't know. How did you get her to do that? She promised me. I happened to have this amazing piece of lemon pie on me. Of course you did.
Fucking, yeah.
And apparently, she specifically promised she wouldn't do it again to steal. Now, technically, I stole the glasses, but she didn't take anything. You too? She sounds like she's trying not to laugh. Well, that's one thing we reprobate detectives and honorable thieves have in common. A healthy appreciation for technicalities and loopholes. Don't call her that. Not even an honorable one? She's an acrobat now. A very good one. Fine, an ex-thief who makes a great acrobat, and incidentally has been immensely helpful to said detective in this case. Anyway, the point is, we both know, I now know that you've known all this time, and you know now that I know she wasn't actually aiming and throwing those knives. Okay. Okay, processing this. So, they were faking the knife throwing? So they were in their right places, but like faking the trick somehow? So, what was it? Some sort of trick? A mechanism? Someone else was doing it for her? No, it was her. I notice you did not refute the 2 previous questions. She shrugs. Let me guess. It was her, but she couldn't possibly be aiming or throwing. She had the vision of a mole. A trick or a mechanism. If she couldn't aim, is it some sort of magnet at the back that makes the knife hit certain spots? No, there's no magnet that strong. I keep watching her face to gauge her reactions. Although it's clear that my answer is wrong, something on her face shifts when I mention the back of the board. Okay. Okay. Getting a little body language. Have you seen someone shoot a gun at the target? What does that have to do with anything? That's my brain right now. The bullet is moving so fast, you can never see it flying in the air. You'll only see the smoke from the barrel, and then the hole on the target. Oh. She never actually throws the knife. We've established that. She must have been pocketing it. For a magician, that kind of sleight of hand is child's play. So that's the bullet leaving the barrel. And then, for hitting the target, there could be some sort of mechanism at the back of the board that makes it look like a knife had hit it. A latch, a spring, some elastic that makes an identical knife pop out from the back. Right. The mechanism must require somebody to operate it. Was it you? Mr. Jones, I'm flattered, but I'm afraid you overestimate how much I can do when I'm tied to a board.
Jones.
I knew his last name was Jones. I was just wondering, I couldn't remember his first name. Then it must be the mechanic Alice. Am I right? You'll have to ask her. That's not a no. I just hit the bullseye. Wait, if there was a mechanism, then doesn't that mean it would be impossible for this to be an accident? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess it still could have been an accident in terms of, like, if they were, like, trying to teach someone new to actually, like, do the trick, which is something that I had speculated before. Like, maybe it was someone like Yan or someone they were trying to train to do the trick, and then, you know, just went wrong. So it still could be that, or something like that, but yeah, I don't know. Or it was someone who didn't know that the trick was fake and, you know, all this stuff about the mechanism, but that doesn't make sense because we're pretty certain that it was someone in the circus who did it, and I feel like they would all have to know that it was fake. Maybe not. I don't know. Have I guessed anything wrong so far? You've been very thorough, Detective Jones. It's a brilliant trick, really. A magic trick that disguises itself as a game of skill. 2 knives, 2 operators, always one in the light and one in the shadows. Very interesting. So that was a big piece of information. I was so smart to come here. I'm so smart. We got all of this information with 1 action point. Yeah, Scully. Aideen did say she was gonna have to, like, learn some new tricks as she starts to, like, retire out of flamethrowing. So that's another thing that's sort of, like, leading me to think she's still involved somehow. Detective Jones is Jonesy from Fortnite. Once again, Viddy is so Fortnite pilled. Alright, that was a huge turn. Big turn, big moves.
An hour and a half in, we moved to 4.
We're chugging along. Okay. I remember, yeah, we got everyone's, like, what were we asking with her? Not alibi, but, like, asking everyone about their relationship to Hattie. We did that last time. Shazame! Hello! 39 months? What the heck? That's a big time gamer right there. I see you back there. You talking about Nate? Nate, do your little dance. What is that? What is it? Can you? I don't think they can read that. It's so small.
Well, they did it.
Wait, how can you read that? It's so small.
I made it bigger even just now.
It's so small. I can't read it on my screen. What the heck? I mean, if you have it full screen, I guess you could probably read it. Yeah, big screen TV. Because, yeah, I have this, like, on half of the screen, and I can't read that at all.
A couple minutes, bro. I just had it waiting.
Bro, stop sending subliminal messages in my freaking book club stream. What the heck? I'm gonna send you to the corner. You don't get to sit here anymore. Can't believe this. Okay. So it is not yet 7 p.m. So we're not there yet. Echo, of course, is not even anywhere to be found right now, so we can't complete this one.
What else do you have? The top 2. Oh, okay.
And then just the performance at 8 p.m. So we're kind of just, like, free to do whatever right now. Yeah. Okay. Those are the hardest rounds because it's like, what am I what am I even doing? What am I looking for?
I guess look through what she has. See if there's like anything she's got on her that
How much is it for more AP?
100.
It's 100. That's what I thought. Uh, what she has on her? She has the letter from Hattie, her silver handgun, Hattie's costume, broken bolt, expensive hat collection, lover's note, old puppet, anonymous letter, which is the letter to us. I know your secret imposter looking for me. Come to train number 3 at 7 p.m. sharp. The door will be open. I will be waiting. So that's what we got right before we left off during the last stream. So we've already followed up on a lot of this with people. So I don't know. I guess we'll just be asking people about each other some more, maybe presenting some of this if we can. I'm wondering if anyone else might be able to share information about the puppet thing, but I think we probably want that from Echo himself for this actual like task to be completed. So we will start where? Where? We can try Alice or Moses.
Yeah,
Do you think Moses might know anything about the puppet, or just like, you know, might be able to say something about who was working with Echo before?
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at your secret message. Quit sending secret messages. Just tell me yourself, you coward. Dang it, Echo, why is it so hard to flirt with him? Yeah, we've only gone back to see Moses like maybe once. There might be more to get from him. I don't know. I just feel like... Oh, people inside. Ooh, a serious discussion. As I approach the small tent, I can hear faint voices of people inside. A serious discussion that the two parties are trying hard to prevent from getting heated. Oh ho ho! I hesitate, not sure if it's a good time to interrupt. But before I make a decision, the people inside spot my shadow. They shut down their conversation abruptly. Damn. Did we even hear any of it? We didn't even, like, comment on what they were talking about? Who is it? It's me. Sorry if it's not a good time. I can... Too late. Another jovial voice cuts in. Jovial voice. That can't be Echo. No, don't come in. Don't worry about me. I think that's when Moses finally recognizes my voice. Wait. Really, come in, please. I'd hate to hold up your business. As the stranger speaks, I can already hear him get up and walk toward to the door, eager to see who it is. Moses hesitates for a second before speaking. Of course. Come in, please. He does not sound happy. No, I don't think this is anyone we've met before. And I think that's why Moses is hesitating, because we, like, as this impersonator of Hattie, Jackie is not supposed to be, like, seen by the public yet, by anyone, like, not working at the circus. But now he's kind of, like, run into it. I suspect the reason Moses asked me to wait has more to do with my situation than finishing his not-so-pleasant conversation. But it's too late to retract now. Whoever this stranger is, he is definitely too important for Moses to override and too nosy for his own good. I need to be ready to cooperate with whatever Moses' play is. Eek!
Here we go.
I enter the room with slow, deliberate steps.
It's Hattie.
Oh no! It's a middle-aged man! Dressed in an expensive suit. Look familiar? Look familiar? Is he related to Chip? Is he Chip's... What is Chip's backstory? He's like his dad is like a senator or something?
He's like an actor turned senator.
Actor turned senator? Yeah, because he's got the red Chip nose and cheeks. Ooh, Nate peeped the food channel? I want to peep the food channel.
I'm peeping it.
I want to peep it. He's below average height, but moves with an air of importance around him. There's something about his face, perhaps the bulbous red-tipped nose or the practiced smile, that seems oddly familiar. He takes me in, then looks back at Moses with exaggerated shock. There she is, with the way you've been talking. I almost thought she was dead or something. Guess I don't need to worry after all, huh? Moses winces. It's discreet, but I notice it. Of course, there's no need to worry. Forgive my manners, I almost forgot you two haven't met before. Hattie, this is Senator Price. He's an investor. Senator, this is the amazing Hattie. What's this? Okay. He adds a very subtle emphasis to Hattie. I nod slightly to let him know I understand. Nice of him to slip in a little hint. Senator Price never met the real Hattie. Good to know I don't need to worry about my voice and mannerisms.
This is what you look like in the background of their photo.
Nice. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Senator. Please, just call me Richard. Richard Price. Of course, that's why he looked familiar. Price is a former entertainment tycoon turned politician. I've seen him in newspapers before, but more importantly, he's Chip's father. Chip didn't mention anything about him having invested in Moses' circus. I thought he didn't approve of him being in this business. Does Chip even know about this? I rescind my accusations. It was Senator Price who did the murder because he's trying to advance his child in the circus. He's trying to get him to the top spot. No, he probably wants him out of the circus, actually. If anything. But never trust a rich man. So he's on the chopping block, if you ask me. And Hattie probably isn't supposed to know about their relationship either. So I should just act like he's a regular, important guy, not a related to my colleague important guy. We were just talking about you. Where have you been for the past few days? It's kicked up quite a ruckus in the papers, you know that? And what's with the mask? Oh, you're not trying to go all Zorro on us, are you? He starts laughing at his own joke before I get a chance to respond. And no, I should probably refrain from asking if he's done anything that deserves to be Zorro'd. Well, it's related to why I was away, really. You see, I was trying to develop a new trick for the show, but I got in a little accident. I let my voice waver for a bit. Hence the mask to cover the scars. I'd rather not talk about it, if that's okay. Yes, of course. I'm sorry I was being insensitive, wasn't I? A lady's face is an important matter. I've certainly learned that lesson in the years I spent waiting for my wife to put hers on. Of course, I can see you are a very sensitive man, Senator. I can see Moses trying to hold back a laugh. Oh, no, I'm an absolute brute, as I've been told by Cynthia. That's my dear wife. Many times before. And please, as I said, just call me Richard. I insist. Of course, Richard. Shut the F up, mister. Whoa! Get him, Scully. I was just talking to dear old Moses about you. Well, about your circus, more specifically. Moses stands up behind the desk, eyes darting between us. I don't think we need. But there's no stopping the senator when he gets going, apparently. You are the star performer here. Perhaps you can give me your 2 cents. As you know, the industry isn't what it was before, and I understand that. Truly, I do. But even with the crowds you draw in, the circus has barely managed to keep the books in the black. I don't know if you have a head for money, but in short, that's not a great sign. The circus isn't making money. I barely managed to conceal my surprise. I can hear Moses' teeth clench. He clearly didn't mean for me to hear this. The vibe in the room turns stilted and awkward, but Richard isn't done with his little speech. I know that your boss wants to take care of everyone, keep them fed through the winters and all that. And that's a good cause. I represent the common man as an elected official, but as a businessman, I'm not sure this can go on for much longer. I'm not going to tell you that money keeps the world turning, but you both know money keeps the circus running. And I'm glad you're okay, Miss Hattie. Such a relief. As long as you can keep the people buying tickets, I'm sure you will be invaluable to the circus, accident or not. Your beautiful face is not all they come to see, is it? They're here to see magic in action. I'm not sure what to say, so I just nod. But finally, Moses speaks. Ooh, a new still. So dramatic. Look at the drama. Look at the emotion. Wow. And as I was telling you, you don't need to be worried. He doesn't even look at me. There are notes of hardness in his voice, a steely resolve. Senator, I trust you are familiar with how the press works. What you called a ruckus in the papers only proves that she is a big deal. Don't you agree? Of course, those sharks only care about whatever keeps the people reading, and she clearly does. So you know that Hattie's a great performer, and her reputation only keeps growing. She's the reason we can still draw such a crowd in this day and age. This is my nemesis now. Give me that little paper. What are you talking about, fish? What little paper? As long as she's here, His voice cracks. As long as she's here, I promise you I can keep the circus running. Just keep it running and making money. I keep my eyes on the ground, anywhere but on Moses' face. Oh no, now you have to stay here forever. Financial crisis. The circus is in a tough financial position, barely breaking even for the last 2 years. To alleviate his investors' concerns, Moses promises that Hattie's growing reputation will keep the circus running and profitable. Richard laughs, his voice booming through the quiet, small room. He pats Moses on the shoulder. Well, that's all I wanted to hear, old friend. He turns back to me. Thank you, Miss Hattie. I'm sure we'd still be having a very different conversation if you weren't here. Well, that's all I came here for, really. He starts walking to the hangar to fetch his suit jacket. Well, sorry for keeping you both. I've got to get to town now. Business awaits. You know how it is. Goodbye, Miss Hattie. It was a pleasure to meet the so-called greatest female magician of the decade. And goodbye, old friend. Say hi, or don't, to that idiot son of mine. Damn. Alright. And just like that, he's out of the room, leaving me and Moses alone. I can only stare at the door, dumbstruck by what just happened. Finally, Moses clears his throat. I have to thank you, Miss Jackie, for your cooperation. And sorry you had to hear that whole conversation. It's okay, but is it true? That... He pointedly pretends like he hasn't heard my question. Now, I believe it's best for us to go back on track. You came in seeking my counsel. What did you need my help for? He clearly doesn't really want to discuss the elephant in the room, but I can probably press him about it if I want. Oh, I want. What did we even come here for? Nothing in particular. So we just gotta see what we have and what we can get out of him. Could ask about that. That might be related to what he was just talking about. We can ask about this. I think we will do that. We could ask about Chip since we just met his father here. What else? What else? I think we'll just try stuff. And then maybe ask about the old puppet. I don't know. We'll just start here. Financial crisis. Follow up on it. Ask him where he's finding all these hot broken people at. Listen, Scully. In all my years of living, I've learned that hot broken people are everywhere. You just gotta look. About what you said to Senator Price. He closes his eyes and lets out a quiet, I knew this was coming sigh, but motions for me to continue. You told him that as long as Hattie keeps performing, the circus will stay profitable. I know what I said, and it was true before. Was it? I bet he found them all in a thrift store. You're probably not wrong. He laughs coldly, taking off his glasses and looking down. Was it? That's a good question, isn't it? Business is the most unpredictable thing in the world. No one can say with any certainty how anything will go. I know that, and of course Richard knows it too. He's a businessman. But you still said it, and it looked like he believed it. No, he doesn't. He asked, so I needed to be the one to make promises. He knows that I know nothing is certain, but at least this way, in the future, he can hold me to what I said. You knew it was shaky at best, but you still said it? Well, yes. What else was I going to do? He'll be happy with the answer, and I'll be happy he's not asking more questions. I'd say that's good enough for now, for the both of us. Alright. Kinda wanna ask about this. When I asked you about Hattie, you said you knew her mentor, right? And something about her apprenticing alongside Echo? That's right. They were apprentices together for an old friend of mine, a magician. So, is it true that Echo used to study magic? Huh? He pauses, squinting his eyes for a second. I think so. It's been a while. Right, I remember, yes. At the time, before Hattie joined, Echo was the only apprentice, and he was learning everything, including the magic tricks. So why did he stop? Why? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Besides, ventriloquism was also something his mentor did, so it's not like he stopped. More like he chose a specialty. Have you ever seen him perform magic? No, now that I think of it, I have not. So he just stopped. I'm not sure where you're getting at. Did this change happen before or after Hattie joined as an apprentice? It was around the same time, yes. Wait. I don't believe that he stopped because of Hattie. Why would he? That doesn't make sense. But it's certainly curious that these two things coincided, isn't it? I suppose. There must be a more reasonable explanation. Perhaps you should ask him. If he really did, he wouldn't tell me the truth. But for what it's worth, I really don't think it's that complicated. Maybe he just didn't like performing magic. Well, that didn't really get us anything. We can ask about Chip's jealousy. I just feel like Moses might be a good person to ask about some of these because they're sort of, related to the finances and like the roles that they're in, which I think, would have been mostly dictated by Moses. So it's something. So I've heard something. Is it true that before Hattie came to the circus, Chip used to be the ringmaster? Moses pauses, examining me with piercing eyes, searching my expression for something. Yes, but where have you heard that? It might have been suggested that it created a rivalry between him and the victim. No, that's a stretch. Did Echo tell you that? The who is not important. I had no idea things between them had gotten that bad. Well, I want to hear more about this ringmaster business. You must have been involved in this decision, right? How did it go down? He knew instantly that Echo said it, yeah. I know, now, I think both of these things that I've just asked about were, things that each of those two, Echo and Chip, said about each other. So, I don't know, how much truth even is there behind it? Is it just, both of them, trying to sabotage the other a little bit, or, suggest them as the potential culprit just because they hate each other so much? It's just a manifestation of their rivalry, giving me false leads. It's nothing dramatic like what you must be imagining. When Hattie decided to move over to our circus, I gathered Chip and Hattie together in a room and proposed making the changes. It was not only because Hattie is the more popular performer, but also because changes are good for the audience, who grow tired of our routine. And how did Chip react? He accepted immediately. I had no way to know what he actually thought, but he was agreeable and gracious. He even helped Hattie prepare for the role and taught her his tricks for hosting. I didn't think it was a big deal for him when it happened, and I definitely don't believe it would have caused problems over a year later. I think he said, I didn't know it had gotten this bad wasn't about Hattie, but about Chip and Echo. Yeah, I definitely agree. He's like, wow, they're just spreading these rumors about each other. That's how bad things are between them. I have 4 action points left. I could ask about this. I don't know how relevant it is, but I guess it might be worth asking because, you know, we just found out his dad invests in the circus, but this reminds us that he joined the circus against his dad's wishes, and so maybe there's, you know, some tension there. I can't believe I met Chip's father. I can't believe that is Chip's father. Does Chip know he's an investor? Does he know his father's here? Glory! Hi, gamer. Just got home from a housewarming party and don't want to be spoiled, so I'm gonna lurk, but I hope you're having fun. Thank you so much, Glory. Hope the housewarming party was fun. Hope you broke out your Fortnite dances like we were joking about. It would have been pretty sick if you did. Sam! Double prizes! Look at my friends showing up. It was a blast. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing your ass off? You didn't do it? Come on. Sam, how are you doing today? Investor, yes. Here, I doubt it. They have trouble communicating at times. His father, the senator, the tycoon, is an investor? How did that happen? Did he invest because of Chip? No, it's not like that. It was all an extraordinary coincidence. 6 years ago, Chip showed up at my circus, introducing himself and asking for a job, much like you did. I wasn't expecting much at first because he was young. And although he had plenty of confidence, it's clear that he didn't have much or any experience working in the real world. But he managed to convince me to put him in front of a small crowd. And Lord, he was magnetic. It was like he was born for this. So you hired him, and you didn't know who his parents were. I did ask, but he spun some absurd tale about being raised by wolves. I figured he didn't want to talk about it, so I never asked again. A few years later, I was introduced to Mr. Price by a mutual friend. He was looking to make some investments, and we got to talking. He was quite interested, but he maintained that he wanted to see our performance in action before he made an investment. I agreed, naturally. As we walked in, Chip was performing, and everyone was applauding. Richard was so surprised he almost tripped on something and fell. I remember asking him if anything was wrong, but he just chalked it up to being impressed with the audience's enthusiasm. We watched the entire show. At the time, I remember thinking he was a great businessman, very hands-on, sharp, and attentive. He asked plenty of questions about the performers. Oh, he actually just wanted to ask about Chip. I can't say. He walked back with me and signed the deal, never indicating that anything was amiss. But that's when Chip ran into him. He saw Richard and cursed up a storm. "What are you doing here? Are you following me?" In more colorful language, though. I still remember it to this day. Richard looked at him very calmly and just said, "Do I know you?" Bro! Hate a rich man. Hate a rich father. Heartless, absolutely heartless. Let me catch up. Late because I've been crafting today. Nice, Sam. Trying to turn a cardboard tube and some scrap fabric into a scroll case. That sounds awesome. Still very much in the prototype stage. Let's go. Pink Scully. Richard. Awesome. That's super cool, Sam. I hope that we'll get some updates as the prototyping goes along. Ouch. My thoughts exactly. They got into an argument. That's when I learned about their relationship, or lack thereof. Richard apologized for not telling me, said he thought it was irrelevant to our business dealings. Scrollmaster Sam, that's what we call him. After that, it's been almost as if nothing happened. Even when Richard comes to visit, he never makes an effort to check in with Chip personally. Does he ever talk about him? Ask how he is doing? Occasionally, but when he does, it's always, say hi, or tell him I came by, like he's asking after an old schoolmate he never got along with, not his son. Whoa, things are still tense between them, huh? At least they have Cynthia to occasionally mediate, though she cannot do much from afar. So they'll just stay that way forever? Unless something drastically changes. They're both very stubborn, and when that stubbornness pulls in opposite directions, it's an endless tug-of-war battle. Alright. I mean, we didn't learn a lot super relevant, I think, but it's definitely some interesting backstory and lore for the characters, which is cool. Goodness gracious, I don't know what all to ask about. Based on what we found out when we were asking about Echo's past and his mentor, I don't think that asking him about this will actually give us anything. Like, it sounds like Moses didn't really have all that much to say about the old mentor, so I think I might skip on that one, which is one I was considering asking about here. I also don't know if I should tell anyone about this letter.
I mean, Moses is the one that you like cooked everything up with, right? So like, unlikely he'd be the one like, I know your secret.
No, I know. I don't think that he's the one, that there's any chance he's the one that sent this, but I just don't know if, like, telling him about it will, like, mess it up, you know, if I need to just go there, or if it's safe to tell him. Does that make sense? Do you think I should? Well, I'll try it. Because if anyone, I think that he's the one I can show this to at this point. Oh, JK. Showing him the note seems like a bad idea. If the sender found out I've shown it to anyone else, they might get spooked and not show up. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I was wondering. Besides, this might make Moses feel like I'm too close to being in danger and pull the plug on the whole thing. Okay, so I probably just don't show that to anybody. Okay. I might go seek out somebody else. Who haven't we talked to as much with Jackie? I feel like we've done so much with her. Maybe Alice? Neither Chip or Echo are on the board right now, right? I don't know if I should ask anyone about the financial crisis. I don't think Moses would probably want the other performers to know. I'm like really just winging it right now. Like I don't know how to work toward her goal without Echo and Chip on the board right now. Thank you for the hydrate, Scully. Is there anything we could talk to Aideen about? I feel like we talked to her a fair bit last time. Oh, goodness. I don't know. We could flirt with Rolf. Oh, Scully. But what would that get us in terms of the mystery? Can Rolf speak to any of this? Probably not. I might try to talk to Alice. I don't know. I just feel like we haven't talked to her all that much with either character. Oh. Something going on in here. As soon as I enter the tent, I can sense something tense in the air. Haha, it's getting kind of intense. You know, like intense. Like that one pun. Yeah, we're getting a lot of like cutscenes and things that are like pre-set up. Don't thumbs down my pun. I see you. Alice and Yan are currently talking in hurried breaths, eyes glued to one another in a stare-off. Apparently, I found the two young ladies in a spirited argument. That's not how it works, Yan. Unhappy with how she has to look up at Alice in their confrontation, Yan huffs and jumps on the sofa before continuing their argument. It's stupid. You're just being ridiculous. And you are, like, old. Why do you even care about this stuff anyway? Because Yan puts her hand behind her ear and leans in. An insulting challenge. Come on. Because Alice opens her mouth, but nothing comes out. She stomps the ground in frustration. How did Yan manage to get her so frustrated? Why did we interrupt? Freaking Jackie? I was still listening to the gossip. They both turn toward me, still side-eyeing each other. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt anything. Don't worry, it's not important. It is. I'm going crazy. I don't know why I'm having this argument with a 12-year-old. I'm 13. Just why? Yan puts her hand on her hip indignantly and talks straight to me. The point is, Santa's not real, right? Also Snow White and Cinderella and Peter Pan. No, I don't think so. She turns to Alice in a whiplash and squeals in such a high-pitched voice that it could have broken a mirror. See? You were having an argument over fairy tales? How did this even start? I said fairy tales are stupid, and she got real mad about it. I can't believe freaking Yan just told Alice that Santa isn't real. What's wrong with her? I'm not mad. She sounds ever so convincing, speaking through clenched teeth and flushed cheeks. And I didn't even say they're real. I know they aren't. But, you know what? I'm gonna... From the anger or the panic, she sounds a little out of breath, even though she hasn't moved at all from where she was standing. She takes a moment to catch up with her breathing and then makes some kind of determination and sets her foot down. I know they're not. They're just stories. I just like them, okay? What's the point of arguing about it besides being mean? I used to have a book and I wanted my dad to paint the castle on my walls. But then he laughed too. Yeah, it's so funny. Laugh. I don't care. I can paint my own walls now. So what if I believe them? People do that all the time. With liars, with luck, with magic, with Hattie. Sometimes people just need it to believe that their life will be a little better. But we're not stupid. And so what? So what if it's not real? The Bible's not real either. Well, then the Bible is stupid too. Whoa, let's not get blasphemous here. You don't mean that, right? She glares at me from her high perch on the couch. Okay, let's get back on topic. Oh! We have to take a side? I mean, obviously Alice is right. Yeah, and it's just being a little brat. But now Yan is gonna murder us for for disagreeing with her. I think Alice is right. There's nothing wrong with believing in fairy tales, or not believing they're real, but just have faith in them. But you can't even see Santa or the fairies. There are plenty of things we don't see that we have faith in. Yes, religion is one, and our country, and love between family and friends. And how about air? You can't see it, but you trust it's there so you can breathe, right? That's stupid. Come on, isn't there one thing, just one thing that you believe in? You're telling me you never believed in fairy tales, even just for a second. Yan's getting less angry now. Her lips are still pursed, but they're also quivering. When I was little, Mama used to read Grimm's fairy tales to me and my brother. You have a brother? No, shut up. Alice raises her hands in mock surrender. And our favorite one was the one with the brother and sister. They found their way back from the woods with a candy house. I can't remember the name. I can't believe I don't remember. She's getting frustrated with herself now, knocking her head with her hands. Hansel and Gretel. Ian looks at her in surprise before reluctantly nodding. Yes. We used to ask Mama to tell it every night before bed. I can't believe I forgot the name. Another nice little moment captured. Finally, a look of vulnerability on Yan and not a look of, like, defiance and brattiness. There's a brother and sister, and they are so smart. When their stepmother convinced their father to abandon them in the woods, they made a trail with pebbles and found their way back. But the stepmom locked the door the second time, and they couldn't get any pebbles, so their father leaves them in the woods again. And there was a house made of candy, but the candy house was just a witch's trap. The witch was trying to eat them, but they found a way to kill the witch instead. And they ran back home, and the stepmom is dead, and they got all the witch's jewels, so they have money and lived with their dad, and they lived happily ever after. It always ends like that. And then Mama died. We got a new stepmom, and we started always keeping a bunch of pebbles in our pocket so we'd never get lost. It's the perfect plan, my brother said. But Father didn't take me to the woods. He sold me to someone else. And I was alone. No Hansel, because of course he's not going to sell Hansel, because Hansel is a boy. I still had the pebbles in my pocket. But then those people took me on a boat. And And what good are pebbles on the water? They just sink. I'd never find my way back. Oh my god. This... all of the character, like, tragedy stories that we're unlocking today are fucking nuts. Hi, Ghosty. Yeah, we're getting a lot of tea today about all the characters. I'm like... oh. Damn. Wow. And the whole story is stupid, because even if Gretel can find her way back, why would she? Her father wanted to leave them in the woods, and just because she brought back money, they're good now? What kind of stupid family is that? It's just a stupid story, telling lies to children who are stupid enough to believe them. Her voice wavers, but she's not crying. Not a single teardrop throughout the story. How many Fern tears today? None yet, but you know what? This one got me a little close. Ghosty, we got some backstory on Chip as well. About like Chip's family and parents. Not like a whole lot, but you know, just sort of got to look at the vibes of what he's working with in terms of his dad, and it was not great. I don't know what to say. The room is quiet. Yan's staring at us as if challenging us to make one objection. All of a sudden, Alice walks over, plops down on the couch, and opens her mouth without looking at anyone. Your father's stupid. I'm not sure what's happening. Yan laughs, sitting down at the couch beside Alice and kicking her legs in the air. Yours too. At least we agree on something. I'm gonna cry. This is really sweet. They're both rolling around on the couch, crying from laughing. Occasionally, one of them gets tired and out of breath, but then they take one look at each other and the laughter starts all over again. I just stand there, feeling like this is a moment they should have to themselves. Got an achievement for getting that story. Once they finally collect themselves, Alice remembers my presence. Oh, I'm so sorry. And sorry you had to hear us being... Oh, no, I don't mind. Sorry for intruding. So, you're here for... I was looking for Alice. Fine, talk about your boring stuff. Whatever. Okay, but I can still get to her if I want to talk to her. Okay, man. Yeah, that got me... That got me close to crying. Yan has little gray hairs and it's making me sad. She's lived a lot of life. Okay. What can we ask Alice about? Again, I still don't know if I should bring this to anybody. That the circus is in a bad financial position. Like, that seems like something bad to out to everyone if they don't know. I'm gonna ask her about this. Just because she's the mechanic and, you know, maybe knows something about how or when it was built or something. I don't know. Have you been in train car number 2? Yeah, Chip invites us over to play games sometimes. So, you've seen the giant trunk on Echo's wall, the one with a lock on it? Yeah. Do you know what's inside? Yes, it's 2 of his older puppets. Oh, she knows. You knew? She shakes her head. Am I not supposed to know? It's just that Echo was so defensive about it. She tilts her head, looking even more confused. He wouldn't show you? Then how did you know what I said was true? Good question. Long story. Boring, actually. You wouldn't want to know. Let's move on. He showed you what's in the box himself? It was a long time ago when I first joined the circus. He heard I was a painter, so he asked me for a favor. He wanted me to look at his old puppet and see if I could restore some of its colors. It was faded because it was painted such a long time ago. See, I was right to bring this to her. I feel so validated right now. So I repainted its face with his help. Did you see the engraving at the bottom of that puppet's shoes? Yes, I remember something like that. It was a note from his mentor, right? He must have been the one who made and gifted the puppet to Echo. If they're friends, that means he isn't sexist. I don't know if he's sexist. I think he's just a little bit of a bitter person in general. But I mean, also, you can have friends who are women and still be sexist. I remember thinking that his mentor must have really cared about him. And he must have been someone Echo really respected too, since Echo asked me to restore the puppet, even if he wasn't going to use it anymore. I didn't exactly doubt it before, but this officially confirms the validity of the engravings. And Chip didn't know about any of this. No, I think by the time I got here, the 2 of them already had their beef. I remember Echo specifically asked me to do the work when Chip was performing. Okay, well, we got some information about it. Nothing really useful, but oh well. I wonder if there's anyone else that should see this. But I don't know who I would even present it to. Because I still don't really have leads. Or like strong leads anyway on who it is. And I don't want to show it to someone who's like involved. Since we just got some interaction between them, I might ask her about Yan. Because why not? I hear Yan has a bit of a habit of pranking people. Yeah. Has she ever pulled a prank on you? She tried. Think we should show it to Alice because I think she's 100% not involved. Maybe. I might wait a little longer and suss it out a little more, but maybe. But didn't succeed? She tried pouring glue in my paints, but I could smell it before I dipped my paintbrush in them. She tried scaring me in my sleep, but I'm a light sleeper and managed to get the jump on her when she thought she was closing in. Once she tried to sabotage her own performance gear. There's this safety rope we use when she's practicing a new trick. She was going to secretly detach it while she was up there to make me think my equipment failed. Oh my god. Putting her own life at risk for the prank. Sounds like a really stupid idea. Wouldn't that be harming herself? A sane person would agree, but God knows she doesn't think like one. And to be honest, it would have given me a heart attack if that had happened. How did you even dodge that one? I had a feeling. It compelled me to lock her safety in place. She didn't have the key. Yeah. I think Aideen kind of hit the nail on the head with that one. Wow. How do you do it? Same as any other lock. No, how do you keep thwarting her plans? Do you have a secret informer? I don't know. Sometimes I guess I just feel it coming. If she's staying around watching when she's not really supposed to, she's up to something. It sounds easy, but keeping your guard up must be exhausting. It's alright. I'm good at it, I guess. And she hasn't tried anything else since? I guess when Hattie came, she found a new target. Okay. Maybe there's something there to like... What's going on with you? Maybe there's something there to like, what was I saying? To what Alice was saying about when Yan is like sort of lurking around or like paying close attention to something, she's up to something. Because she was kind of doing that with Hattie, right? With, I mean, just her pranking in general, but also with having snuck into her train car and stuff like that.
Microwave?
I've asked her about a decent amount of people. Why not? We'll just spend our last point on Rolf. Because I just don't really have any leads right now. Okay, he's not even doing anything. Once again, every time I forget about how Stardew Valley his song is. I don't think that's relevant to him. Maybe we'll get some info on... I don't know. We'll just ask about Alice. We talked to Alice. Now we'll get like other people's take on her. I met the mechanic. I think her name is Alice. She looks very young for a mechanic. Alice is the best there is. She's a quick learner. Plus, people start young in this business. I did. Have you met Tito and Yan yet? I'm meant both of them. Give me the option. I meant both of them. I talked to Yan. Well, you know what I mean then. I guess she doesn't feel like a kid. There's just something about her. I know what you mean. Honestly, a little scared of her. But please don't tell her I said that. Well, it's similar with Alice. She's a circus kid too. She grew up in the circus? Not really. Not in the way that I did. Her parents didn't work in the business. But she was still underage when she came here. She started apprenticing to become a mechanic as a teenager. Where were her parents? Never came looking. You know, it's not my story to tell, but we get a lot of runaways. Kids talk about running away from home and joining the circus all the time. Never quite made sense to me, to be honest. I love it here, but it's not for everyone. And I imagine most of the kids who say that are thinking of it as a big vacation, not of sleeping on trains and shoveling animal poop. When kids do show up, we try to send them back home. Their parents are usually going crazy looking for them. But with Alice, it wasn't like that. What was it like then? She just really wanted to stay. She wanted this life. That's it. That was an interesting turn just because we didn't really have anything that we were working toward in particular. But let's see. Still can't meet Alice here. Oh yeah, we got a ton of experience with him, so we can get even more action points. Otherwise, we are just still looking for his attacker, which I don't really know how to find out. And
Same, bro.
And now we need to maybe follow up a little more on the revelation of the nearsighted glasses. And I might stop after this turn, because I feel like my voice is already getting really tired from all this reading. So
Rip the dream.
we will have at least
You're gonna have two more.
At least one or two more sessions
you're only
of this.
Barely about to go to 6, right?
Yeah.
So you did.
No, wait. What time is it?
It's about to be
It's
6.
4. It's about
to be 5 only?
It's about to be 5.
Okay. Yeah, 2 more.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard. It's a lot of reading. Okay. So
it's always the people you don't need to talk to as a certain person that are available. Because I don't think detective needs to talk to. What? That's a lot.
That's a lot. Well, you need some, so I can put them.
Maybe I'll just start asking people about the attacker thing. I don't know if that's going to get us anywhere, because it definitely didn't with Yan. I don't know if there's like a certain piece of information we're supposed to find first that tells us, oh, maybe this person knows something. But what I was figuring is that somebody like who lives in the train cars could have seen something, because that's like where we woke up, right? It was right outside the train cars. And so maybe one of them like had seen something out the window. I don't know. I can't remember which one I asked last time. I think I asked either Chip or Echo about it. We'll go see Echo. I don't think we've seen him like performing in the big top yet.
If I was not injured, if I wasn't on the injured list, we would have finished today. I would have voice acted everything.
Not true.
I would have voice acted everything perfect.
We would not have finished today. if Nate was here.
Fishing? Don't let our don't tell our fans they're wrong.
Fish, you're wrong.
What?
You're wrong.
Fish, I got you,
We would have gone a little bit longer because my voice wouldn't have been used as much and getting as tired so fast.
I'm
But
technically an award-winning voice actor.
okay. Anyway.
My stomach hurts.
I'm sorry. Can I continue? What do you need? What do you need? A little tummy hurty boy. But yeah, I don't know if you heard what Nate was saying, but that game that he voice acted in, that Ludum Dare Game Jam game, got number 2 in the Game Jam, which is pretty cool. Congrats to that person. And congrats to Nate for being involved.
One of the tweets that just went out said, "Congrats to the team." That was tagged.
Part of the team?
We did that.
That's beautiful. I flippin' love this song. Yeah. There's some really good music in this game.
Bro, wait, I just realized we're seeing Echo, right?
Yeah.
You see this line right now?
Yeah. Yeah, he's not pulling the big crowds, I guess.
Echo's a dweeb, dude.
The big top is surprisingly empty right now. Only a few families and couples are scattered throughout the tent. A few of the staff are taking the opportunity to sweep up the front. Oh, sad. Sad times for Echo. Nobody loves a puppeteer. Because you know why? They're creepy and so are their puppets. I guess they don't schedule any shows during the lunch hour.
Oh, is he not?
Oh, is it not even a show?
Oh, no, he is.
Oh, fake out. Looks like there is a performance after all. I kind of pity whoever has to fill this time slot given the lack of turnout. Oh my god.
Oh,
We're on a roller coaster here. Oh, never mind. It's him.
wait, hit tab though?
This is so
What
funny.
this? What the fuck? No wonder no one's there. Are you kidding me?
That's just a little guy. What are you talking
That
about?
is the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Just a little guy.
Ugh, his face. He's got full arms.
The dress kind of goes hard though.
Yeah, he looks. Echo actually looks kind of cool here. Well, he kind of looks like Voldemort in the end of the movie. But the puppet is like, if you walk down a hallway and you see that at the end of the hallway, you're leaving.
That's just a little guy. I ain't scared. He probably likes it empty.
Oh, that's why. Never mind. Not. I don't pity him.
Who else could it be but Echo, standing in the middle of the ring, looking as disinterested as ever, perhaps even more so. He's holding a different puppet than the one I saw earlier. It's still connected by strings, but the ends attached to some sort of wooden contraption instead of his fingers. However, the puppet is completely motionless, which looks disturbing.
Yeah.
At this moment, I realized that when I met him before, his other puppet was always moving, even breathing, for lack of a better word. But maybe he saw me. Maybe he's not looking at all. It's hard to tell from this distance. He just waves his hand to the stage operators, signaling them silently. Then his puppet comes to life. Almost as if by magic, it wakes up, starts looking around curiously, and eagerly begins to walk. The light focuses on the puppet. Meanwhile, its operator stands completely still, blending into the background. If it weren't for his nimble fingers pulling the strings, it would be difficult to tell which of them was the puppet and which was the puppeteer. The puppet takes a lap around the stage, knocking on props and even waving to a few audience members.
Now
Yeah.
Now that's
Yeah, now that's scary. That's a scary person right there. I noticed that the aloof audience is perked up, watching his every move with excitement. One of the kids even stands up and waves back. Yeah. He's dressed in his blend into the background gear. The puppet finishes one circle around the ring, turns around, and crashes right into Echo's legs. I wince. It's probably a bigger puppet than the one he was using earlier. But then slowly the puppet looks up and up and up until he and the puppet are staring at each other. It's a little guy.
That is so scary. Are you kidding me? Are you doing a bit?
No, I genuinely don't think he's that
so
scary. This is just a little guy.
Someone else, because Scully and Fern are lost.
I genuinely don't think it's that scary. He's got little round cheeks and a t-shirt. It's a little wooden guy in a t-shirt. Like, what's he gonna do? The music turns to something slow and ominous. Is this part of the act? The puppet looks his operator up and down, then down at his own hands, and repeats the waving motion from earlier. Bro, he's discovering that he's a puppet. But this time, instead of looking out at the audience, it is looking at the strings that are tied to his waving hand, almost as if he's seeing them for the first time. The music keeps playing, slowly, darkly. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The puppet looks up at the cross-shaped contraption that holds all of its strings. He reaches up with one hand and gives a string an experimental pull. His leg rises with the string. It twitches, as if the realization has sent an electrical charge through its body. The audience falls silent, with a few concerned whispers coming through. The man behind the puppet is still barely giving any response.
No wonder no one's here, bro. This is a fucked up little show you're doing.
After some pacing around, the puppet seems to have made a decision and squares its shoulders. Using the same hand, it yanks on one of the strings, hard. I can't see it from this distance, but Echo must have done something on his end that makes the string detach. The puppet's leg, formerly attached to the string, loses support and hits the floor with a thud that echoes through the vacant tent.
Echoes?
Yeah, it echoes. The music accompanies it with a well-placed string pluck. With one leg dragging behind it, the puppet gives one look to the loose string, and then, to everyone's quiet horror, grasps another one.
He's gonna get low!
Yes, bestie, free yourself. Another tug, another leg, two more, an arm and a hand. With one last tug, the puppet collapses to the ground, its head slumped. Only one hand, the tugging one, still hanging onto the thread. With his usual haughty expression, Echo places the controller on the ground and walks off the stage, leaving the lifeless puppet lying in the spotlight. I did not expect that to be an act in a circus. The entire room is deathly silent for minutes, processing what just happened. And then the child from the front row bursts out in tears. Wah, mama, wah. As his parents race to comfort him, I feel eyes on my back. I turn around.
Echo, what the fuck?
Sure enough, it's Echo.
Better be your first line. Echo, what the fuck?
He's watching the scene unfolding behind me with an uncharacteristic level of joy. I swear I can even see a little smile on his face.
Scully, you gotta admit this one's fucked.
He's a sadistic man.
He just made a child cry and he's giddy. He made made a room full of people super uncomfortable, and he's like,
You know what? I do think it's a cool concept for the show, though. Liked my performance. This is why the circus is dying. See, I should present the financial ruin piece of evidence to him.
you go, hey, next time do something different, because look at this.
I'm gonna go, this is your doing. Yeah, it was interesting, for sure. I think you've scarred that kid for life, though. Good. Alright.
Okay.
Alright, man. Have we looked around this room?
It doesn't have a dot, so normally you don't give him a dot if there's something.
It didn't have a dot either when I was in Hattie's room for the first time. Earlier
But
today.
I think that's the only thing you could do too, though. So it's expected that. But you can try. I don't think I did.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Did I look around? I feel like I might have. Well, it already used the action point, so I guess. A crowd of people sit scattered around the tent, awaiting the next performance, barely containing their excitement with hushed tones. Some children are unsurprisingly taking this moment as an opportunity to escape. They've started running around the back rows of seats, performing elaborate acts of their own. Some adults are eyeing them with annoyance, while the other kids look like they're taking inspiration. Here's hoping the announcer will call another performance into session before the scene turns into chaos. A crowd of people sit scattered around the... Oh, same? Same on both sides. Doesn't need to highlight both if it's just the same on both sides.
It's just that and that, and that's it. What was stream?
The ring. A golden ring and climbing rope hang from the very top of the tent, a rope ladder beside them. The ropes are not tightly wound. I can almost feel how they'll shake beneath someone's weight. I raise my head to trace where it meets the top, but the spotlight is so bright that I have to squint my eyes. I wonder if it feels like being close to the sun at the top. Perhaps it's the most Icarus-like experience a human can have.
Well, you know.
On the background, I can spot the face of the jester, the symbol of the circus. For some reason, I find his face a little unsettling. It's probably the skeleton eyes, or the frozen jovial expression. Is it laughing at me? Maybe I should suggest a different logo. Okay, I think all that was new. So if I did look around, maybe it was with Jackie and we had like slightly different observations. That seems to be it though. Okay. Yeah, maybe we should find out who, if anyone, knew that the trick was fake. So, I figured out how the knife throwing thing actually works. Is this what you call flirting, Scully? No, I don't want to hear it. You don't? It's called a trade secret for a reason. Wow, I didn't know you had such high ethical standards. I do not. I simply refuse to stoop to that level. It was her act. I don't care how it's done, as long as it works. So, unless there's something related to the case specifically, and you need to ask me, I don't need to hear about it. Okay. Sorry. Maybe I could ask him about Aideen's updated statement and just like verify you know, about him showing up. He was the one that showed up right after she got back. Did you know that Aideen wasn't in her room most of Monday afternoon? In fact, judging by the time frame, she probably only got back to her room shortly before you came knocking. So, you want to know what Aideen was actually doing on Monday afternoon? No. Well, yeah. I cannot emphasize how little I'm interested. Even if she spent Monday afternoon killing Hattie, which she did not, judging by your attitude, I don't care.
Like trying to gossip. He's like, no.
Fine, if you want to pass on good gossip, it's your right. Alright, well, perhaps we should not talk to Echo ever again. I guess I'll ask him about the attack.
Can you imagine, Scully, you come home, you're like, Echo, do you want to hear about my day? No. Leave me alone.
Yeah, he would not be a good listener in a partner, I can tell you that. I already feel it's not going to turn out well. Okay. I launch into the story, avoiding the gaze of both the puppet and the man. Wait. Oh, this is too precious.
Everyone's just making fun of you.
I don't even know where to begin. I think this is the first time I heard this almost gleeful tone from him. You, a detective hired to solve the case, was hit by someone else, and now you yourself are the victim of another case that you can't solve. That I can't solve yet. Right. Oh, this is so entertaining. It's almost painful because it's far more ironic than anything else I could have come up with. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the situation, at least. Oh yes, this is quite enjoyable. I wonder what Moses will think when he realizes he's hired an amnesiac detective who couldn't even defend himself from robbers. I have no idea what Moses will think, actually, and it might not be good, but I can't show any sign of weakness with a killer still on the loose. Are you done? I prefer for this to be kept private, of course, but tell whoever you want. I'm here to solve a case, not to protect my ego. So true. Why did you tell me this? God knows. Maybe I wanted to cheer you up. It certainly worked. We both stay quiet for a few moments. If you were here before today, I haven't seen anyone like you around. So take what you will from that. I think that was a peace offering of sorts. I'll keep that in mind. Alright, well, we're not getting shit from him.
Good time.
I guess I'll ask him about Hattie. I haven't done that yet somehow. Did you know Hattie well? We studied under the same master for a few years before the circus. However, I don't consider the length of time people spend with each other a meaningful indicator of their relationship. But you are the person that has known her the longest here. To the best of my knowledge. And you came here to work together. Doesn't that mean you're pretty close? We both work here. Doesn't mean we came here together. I started here years before she did. What was she doing in the years between your apprenticeships and now? Working in other places. What else? As you can see, she made quite a name for herself in those years. In fact, if her last place hadn't gone bankrupt, I'm sure she wouldn't have settled for Morgan's little circus. Alright, I get it. You weren't friends. I don't have friends. And you like it that way? It's just the fact of the matter. I don't feel any particular way about it. Wait. You said you apprenticed under the same master, right? Yes, I just said that. Keep up. What did your mentor teach exactly? Because you and Hattie don't seem to be in the same discipline. He was a man of many talents. He taught us both everything he knew. Does that mean Hattie could become a puppeteer if she wanted? And you know the magic tricks, too? Hattie never bothered much with ventriloquism. But he isn't denying that he knows magic.
Very cool.
Okay, so he didn't even know that. We just knew that on Jackie's side,
Oh,
right? What's up? Oh, what's that for? What is that for? Why do we have a contradict?
go back.
Go back to what?
The original knife story. No, you know the trick though. Oh, no, trick revealed maybe because we asked him about it. He's like, I wouldn't know anything about that, but like they studied under the same people. Maybe.
Maybe. I can try it.
Just the original, because I think the original doesn't the original say something like
The original what?
knife throwing act.
This?
Hattie, as far as anyone knows, Hattie's the only one.
Yeah. As far as anyone knows, Hattie's the only one in the circus trained in knife throwing. But theoretically,
So we also
then he would also be trained. Because they trained under the same person.
But then we also know she wasn't. Let's just try that. Yeah. But we also know she wasn't, right? She wasn't third yet.
Hattie must have learned knife throwing somewhere, likely from her mentor. Since Echo has been taught all the same things, is it possible that he knows the act too? Scully, you better watch out. I'm coming for your man. Are you familiar with the knife throwing act that Hattie performs? Not in particular. Really? I find that hard to believe. Well, apparently you know more about me than I do. Go on. Maybe I do, because isn't it true that you and Hattie apprenticed under the same mentor? And he taught you both everything he knew? Sure. So, your mentor taught you both everything. Presumably, every act Hattie can do, you can too. But somehow, the knife-throwing act is an exception? Ah. You think you've caught me, don't you? Aha, look at Echo. He doesn't even realize his mistake. Is that what you're thinking?
Bro, it was a duo. It was Echo and Scully covering for Echo.
Whoa! Scully, are you gonna take that slander? Did you and Echo really commit the murder and cover it up together? I'm simply trying to uncover the truth. Well, believe it or not, no. My teacher was a man of many talents, but knife throwing wasn't one of them. In my 5 years working with him, I never saw him perform a single trick with knives. In fact, I've never seen him with knives, period. Not even to slice fruit. I have no idea where Hattie picked that up, but I can tell you it wasn't from him, and I certainly have no idea how to do it.
Didn't look at Scully's response. Not a denial, but a silencing of the truth.
Could it be possible that he never told you for some reason, and he taught Hattie separately? I know I'm grasping at straws already, and he can sense it too. Then I would have no way of knowing that, would I? And they both are dead now, so good luck finding that out. But I don't think so, for what it's worth. How do I know you're telling the truth? You don't. He looks away and silence hangs in the air. If she didn't learn it from your mentor, then where did the act even come from? Beats me. I never saw her practice or perform it before she came to Morgan's. She must have learned it herself in the years between then. shrugs. Self-taught, Echo and Hattie's mutual mentor wasn't skilled in knife throwing, so Hattie couldn't have learned it from him. Hattie was never seen performing or practicing knife throwing before she came to Morgan's traveling circus. Okay. Interesting. Scully's about to go on a tirade.
This is like,
Ugh.
we're onto it. We're on to Scully. This is like the part where like they start saying the things in front of the killer and they're like, what are you talking about? How could you know that? And then they slowly like crack, you know?
Yeah.
That's the one thing that sucks about for you.
What?
Is that not having the movement cost.
Mm-hmm.
You do just end up like, okay, now what? For me, it was like, I go and I follow my leads and I'm like, cool. Next turn, you know. Here you're like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I can get more.
You get 2 more.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
It's gonna be the longest turn of all
wait, no.
time.
Oh, yeah.
Give me some more action points, little man.
You said, man, I really don't know what to do with my time. Oh, I know what I'll do with my time. Give myself more time.
Yeah, more time. That's always gonna solve. It's always the answer.
Maybe if you get to enough, Hattie just comes back. Because time heals all wounds.
Wow. Good theory. Ugh, I really need to talk to Alice. We'll go see Chip. That's how it works. Exactly. They're counterparts. We have to give them both a fair shot. We haven't asked him about Hattie either. Because we're goofy. You were familiar with Hattie, weren't you? He shrugs and indicates so with his hand. Do you have any theories about what happened? Anyone that might have something against her? I can't think of anything. Really? Nothing? It's... It's not me, though. I can tell you that much. Great. Very helpful. I'm sure you're the only one who'll say that. Sorry. I truly don't have any idea what happened. And I don't want to get anyone into trouble. Well, to be honest, it's more like I don't want to get into trouble myself for getting people who are not supposed to be in trouble. That word salad somehow makes sense to me. I nod and decide to switch tactics. What about Hattie? What kind of person was she? Well, she was a phenomenal magician. Yeah, anyone but Echo. That does not apply. That's all? I'd have thought that's a given. Hey, not every magician is actually good at magic, okay? What even is a magician without magic? Ian. Who's Ian?
Get it?
Oh. Stupid. Chip, you're stupid. Dumb joke.
But if you're a magician who's named Ian, you got it perfect. Magic Ian the magician.
Mhm.
That's like perfect.
That is ideal. What? You asked what's a magician without magic? Magician. Minus the magic. So, Ian. His voice gets progressively weaker under my glare as he finishes his sentence. Can we get a thumbs down from the crowd in the background? No, it's a thumbs down. Thumbs down is what he's doing. I thought I had something there. You know what? Never mind. Let's move on. Hi, Phyllis.
She liked the thumbs up.
Hi, sweetie.
She liked the joke. Come here.
All right. We got nothing from that.
You get a thing that's like Magic Ian.
Boo. Viddy's in the thumbs up crowd too.
Let's go.
SMH. That's how you know you're on the right on the wrong side of a joke.
What?
If Viddy the prankster is laughing. Okay, I'll ask about this and maybe this. I figured out something about Hattie's knife throwing act. What do you mean, figured out? Well, wait, does this have anything to do with, like, a secret? Dare I say, a trade secret? I think it can be considered that. And I shouldn't hear it from you. But I really, really want to know. Come on, hit me. I'll keep it a secret, promise. She never actually threw the knives. Another person operates a mechanism at the back of the board, which made knives pop out. Who operates the mechanism? Alice, probably. The mechanic operates the mechanism. A bit on the nose, but logical. He leans back, eyes still looking upwards. Wow. Woohoo! I can't believe you figured it out. Pretty ingenious of her. I gotta process that for a bit. Alright.
I thought it was just gonna show a blank screen of him thinking for a second. And like, nice.
Let's see if he knows anything about how she learned the trick. Do you know anything about where Hattie learned her knife throwing trick from? What do you mean? She learned it from her mentor, right? The one she shared with Pinocchio? According to Echo, no. She must have learned or practiced it herself. Really? Wow, that must have been hard for her. Seriously, I've never met anyone in our trade with such terrible hand-eye coordination as Hattie. Unless she's doing that knife trick. How do you know that? Well, I've tried to teach almost everyone how to juggle. Yan's great at it. Her reflexes are insanely fast. Adine's even better, since it already fits her skill set. But Hattie, she was terrible, even worse than Rolf and Moses. She'd just toss things in the air and squint upwards, not tracing their movements at all. And then she'd reach her hand out to catch them after they hit the ground. Honestly, it's a little refreshing, because at least I know she was bad at something. I even asked her how she could be so bad at this when she had such perfect aim. And she just told me, I'm excellent at throwing, but I never need to catch those knives myself. Valid point.
Oh, we could have asked Echo about the trophy.
Yeah, we could have.
But it's okay.
I just have 1 point left.
I know, it's gotta be custom.
Do you think I should ask Echo about it instead of Chip?
You can ask whoever.
Well, they both live in the car next door, so I think asking either or both of them is probably a good idea. You live on the trains too, right? Is it close to Hattie's room? Where else would I be? My train car is right next to hers. I'm in train car number 2. She was in train car number 3. Have you heard anything weird recently from inside her train? How recently? Anytime after Monday? What? Why would there be? Has anyone heard anything? Is it haunted? Did you hear anything that sounded like fighting or things breaking? What broke? One of her trophies, I think. Are you sure it didn't already break before her death? We live on a train, you know. It moves. Things roll off and fall off tables and shelves all the time. She didn't sound like the sort of person to leave glass shards lying around on the floor. Yeah, that's fair. Well, I haven't heard anything. Maybe ask Echo. Rats. End of turn.
That it?
What do you think? Should I stop here or do one more day?
Well, here's my... Things ratchet up once you hit 8.
Once you hit 8, yeah.
So...
But I've just hit 5.
I know. We started at the end of 3, right? So you went into 4, did 4. So you only did 1. Full day in 3 hours. You did the
Okay.
end of... You did one
I
and
did
a half.
1.5, yeah. So do one more.
Probably.
Do one more. We'll do one more. I can do it. I'm gonna drink a lot of water. Cause I just want to get through this game. I don't want to do like 100 more streams of it. I have other stuff I want to stream.
You're sick of Death Trick.
I'm
bro.
not sick of it, but it's just like it feels like we're making so little progress because you can actually see like the clock ticking down, you know? And so like this whole like the past what 2.5 hours, 3 hours, we only got through an hour and a half in the game and there's still so many hours left. We're only at 5 p.m. So I'll do one more day. If my voice really starts to give out, I'll just stop, but I think we can do one more. Thank you, Fish, for all of the little feeding the fish in the tank. Giving me my hydrate and stretch and posture check. Thank you, Glory. Thank you. I can do this. We will finish this game someday. Okay. We're back with Jackie. And, ooh, we need to talk to Echo, and we can. So that's good. And again, we're not there yet. Okay. We'll just start there. The backstage tent is quiet. Alice is nowhere to be found. Echo sits in front of one of the makeup tables. He's looking down at something, a fork in his right hand. When he notices me coming in, though, he rolls his eyes and drops the fork to grab his puppet from the chair next to him. He ties the strings of the puppet to his left hand and rises to speak to me. What do you need now? Sorry, did I interrupt your dinner? I didn't mean to. Well, a little late for that. I didn't expect him to say that. I nod awkwardly. Well, sorry about that. What are you eating? Ham casserole with potatoes. It's steaming as if it's fresh out of the oven. There's a layer of cheese on top, pieces of pink ham sticking out through the cheese. Well, it looks good. It's fine. You can fetch some from the food tent if you want them. Translation, don't look at mine, get your own. Oh, I'm okay for now. Well? He raises his eyebrows at me and points to the dish with his free hand. Right, I'll leave you to it. Ham guy, huh? I awkwardly survey the room for a place to sit as he returns to his meal. Maybe because I'm still here, he doesn't put down the puppet. Instead, he clutches at the dish awkwardly with the strings still hanging on his left hand. That makes me feel a little guilty, as if I'm making his life harder. But also, it's a pretty funny sight. Using his right hand, he starts digging through the casserole. It's a fantastic looking casserole with bits of ham, potatoes, and broccoli, all covered with cheese. I'll be honest, the smell is making me feel a little hungry. But Echo's not eating anything yet. Instead, he's rummaging through the casserole like a thief ransacking a home. He's picking out pieces of broccoli with the fork and shoving them all to the side. Whoa, can't eat broccoli? Come on. Since everything's covered in cheese, it's not the cleanest process. I watch him pick out broccoli for minutes. He still hasn't taken a bite. Finally, he snaps around and glares my way. Do you have to be here? I don't like people watching me eat. Is that what you're doing? I thought eating traditionally involved opening your mouth and putting food in it. He rolls his eyes. What I eat is none of your business. What do you have against broccoli? I don't like it. What, is that a crime? No one's accusing you of a crime, Echo. Where did that come from? He has a hard time talking without the puppet. I wonder if it's a defense mechanism or if he just doesn't like himself. That's a heavy question. Could be a little of A, a little of B. I don't know. We haven't really gotten his backstory yet, but I have to guess we will either now or pretty soon. Because we've been getting these little, like, cut scenes with people and getting to know more about them. No, I'm sure plenty of 5-year-olds agree with you on that front. Wouldn't have pegged you for a picky eater. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm just feeling sorry for the casserole. Open up, Echo. Do you want it? You can have it if you just stop bothering me. He pushes the casserole across the table. The plate looks like a disaster zone, like a corpse that's been left out for the vultures. One glance kills my appetite. No thanks. You can keep it for yourself. Oh, so you aren't eating it. Funny with the way you had those opinions. I thought you were talking about your own food. He has a point, but also the mess of a casserole and the poor pieces of broccoli might disagree. He makes an irritated noise and tosses the fork aside to turn back and look at me. Why are we harassing him about his food, bro? It's not what we came here for. Seriously, what the hell do you want? Let's get your business over with so I can return to my dinner in peace. Oh, something new to look at? In the corner of the room is a short coffee table with a few books, an ashtray, and a couple of bottles of whiskey. Probably where performers sit to fill the time while they're waiting for their turn on the stage. Take a shot before you act to calm the nerves, eh? I wonder if that's actually what they do. Could easily end in disaster for the lightweights. Makeup desks with mirrors and flickering light bulbs surrounding them. The lights seem to be hooked up to a finicky source of electricity. They glow and dim rhythmically, almost giving off a hypnotic quality. There are tiny black and white pictures glued to the mirrors, reference photos. I take a peek into the makeup box on the table. There must be 100 different brushes in there. I wonder how they tell which is which. Oops. A big eye painted on the board with a kaleidoscope iris and orange lashes is staring into the space. I can't imagine what kind of show necessitates a prop like this. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night and coming face to face with this. If Alice sleeps on the sofa over there, it must happen semi-regularly. Several more tall boards stand behind the shelf. A couple are painted like giant poker cards, and I can see one resembles some sort of ornate clock. Yo, that's the clock that we see in our countdown whenever we pass the time. It's in my head. Somehow these decorations give me a sense of fairy tale wonder more than the other dreamy things in the tent. These painted props feel like the set of a school stage production, like a mother making up stories at her child's bedside. Perhaps a bit shabby and amateur, but real and sincere. Gosh, I sound so corny. A tall wooden shelf stands upright at the end of the room. On the left side is every sort of flamboyant costume accessory I could possibly think of, from wigs and glittery heels to feather boas and hats. The right side is stuffed full of glitzy, bold patterned fabrics. I've done it again! Ooh. Is that different? A comically shaped red and gold wooden mallet with a long handle. This doesn't seem like it's here for practical use. Perhaps it's a stage prop? I reach for the handle to get a sense of its weight. For a stage prop, it's not as light as I expected. It's not incredibly heavy. A child could probably lift it if they tried, but it does take a decent amount of force to swing. Okay.
What was the dog?
Oh, there's one more thing. Hold on.
Get like a new evidence.
There's one more thing. But yeah, I don't know exactly what the dot was for. I feel like I don't remember this table being clickable, and I don't remember the mallet.
What give you some?
I don't know. A portable clothes rack crammed with colorful costumes. That's an alliteration. Oh, it goes on to a portable clothes rack crammed with colorful costumes and a cerulean crescent. Oh boy. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Wow, that's a lot of C's. This is where Alice hid her sketchbook earlier, right? Oh, are we gonna snoop? She doesn't want me to look at it yet. Says it isn't finished. But when have I ever listened to that? Besides, she said she'll only give me my page, but I'm curious about what else is in there. Ooh, we are snooping. It is snooping and gossiping hours. With Echo's eyes still on me, I try to casually inch toward the box of fabrics beneath the giant moon prop. Just right in front of Echo, too. We're like, nothing. What are you doing? Oh, think quick. When I changed into this costume, I left my clothes here. I'm just checking if Alice moved them. Whatever. After I'm sure he's back to doing his own thing, I quickly rummage through the box to find the sketchbook. I flip it to the newest page. There it is, a rough sketch of me in Hattie's clothes and the mask, sleeping on the backstage couch. It is really a pretty good sketch, if only half finished. I make some noise again, just in case Echo is still listening, and then flip back to the previous pages. Yeah, it seems like they're friendly enough. Although he says he doesn't have friends, so they're probably not like terribly close, but it seems like he at least like trusts her professionally enough to have showed her those like puppets that he's more private about. True to her word, most of the things in the sketchbook are just doodles. There are sketches of other circus members, Moses fiddling with his record player, Aideen putting on her makeup, Yan enjoying a piece of pie with cream on her face. And then there are random images of things. Design of someone's costume, arrangements of stage props, what looks like a rough sketch of some sort of mechanism I can't recognize. Possibly the mechanism that we know about as the detective. They're not all circus related either. There are clearly sketches of random things, a singing cat, a grapevine, a flying airplane, things that you probably saw on television or read in books.
Which vine do you think it is? Like,
Yeah, which vine?
I do that, maybe.
Yeah, it could be the road work ahead. Sure hope it does.
That's probably the all-time vine.
Yeah. That's probably the grapevine. There are also full still life images of a room I can't recognize, but it looks like the inside of a train car. Probably some circus worker's room. Is this Hattie's room? As I thumb through them, one page feels different. I almost missed it as I flipped through the pages, as it is torn in half. It depicts half the face of a woman, probably in her late 30s. She looks like she's in the kitchen, holding a tray of sugar cookies. Due to the rip, only half her face is visible, but I'm still quite sure this isn't anyone I recognize. Not one of the performers I've met so far. The page is coarse with marks of erasers everywhere, and the lines are uncharacteristically hesitant, like they were erased and redrawn over and over. Maybe that's why she wasn't satisfied with the drawing and tried to tear it out. I'm dying with curiosity, but it's not like I can ask her about it. Got an achievement for snooping in the sketchbook.
Whoa.
Were you swallowed by that box down there? Shit, I almost forgot about him. I'm fine. I stuffed the sketchbook back in the box and piled the rest of the things on top haphazardly. A pity. You. I tried to examine his expression to see if he saw or suspected what I was doing, but his face gives nothing away. Is he gonna snitch on us? Probably not. He just minds his own business. Whatever. My legs are going numb from squatting for so long. I stand back up and continue looking around the room as if nothing out of the ordinary happened. Alright. So that didn't give us like... Oh. Huh? Why do we have a contradict?
Oh, it's just... We never... Did a contradict of Echo and Chip? Like, because they both said the other was jealous of Hattie.
Do you think?
I don't think we ever confronted him with that.
Yeah, we could try that. You think maybe that popped up? Good one, Scully. You think maybe that popped up after we talked to Moses about both of those jealousy things? Why not?
Oh, no.
Not a contradiction. Does that create another contradiction of me contradicting you? I'm not sure that's how a contradiction works. Oh, so you do know what a contradiction is, because it's certainly not this. What is the contradiction?
We're looking at items.
We haven't gotten anything new in the items.
In the puppet. That's the whole reason here. But... Oh.
What?
Is the puppet... I mean, first we present the puppet, but is it puppet with Echo's jealousy? Because isn't it something about, like...
Yeah, maybe.
He's forced to abandon it, but then the inscription says, "Music magic will always be with you."
Yeah, we could try that.
But I think we should present it first, right?
Okay. represent the puppet.
Okay.
Oh, just kidding. Well, then how are we gonna do a contradiction with it?
It's probably now it's worth bringing up, kind of thing.
Echo's jealousy and old puppet. Attempt. Contradiction. Chip said Echo only started puppetry because he had to abandon magic when Hattie started her apprenticeship 7 years ago. But I found a puppet gifted to Echo before that time. When did you really start learning puppetry? He tilts his head, not hostile, but wary. A long time ago. Why? Can I ask, was it before or after Hattie became your fellow apprentice? He narrows his eyes. What does that have to do with anything? You can't think I gave up magic because of her, can you? Let me guess, because I was jealous of her talent? Well, why don't we start here? Why did you decide to give up on magic and study puppetry? It's none of your business, but it had nothing to do with Hattie. Can you prove that? What? You're out of your mind. No, I can't prove why I chose puppetry, can I? Do you want me to get a mind reader? We're a mind reader. But here's the thing. You have the proof, don't you? What are you talking about? You could have just told me that you started puppetry 8 years ago, before Hattie started her apprenticeship with your mentor. He starts to open the puppet's mouth, no doubt to give some new retort. But upon hearing my words, he closes it again. How? And that, in fact, you have something to prove it. A gift from your mentor. When you started... Before I finish that sentence, he suddenly stands straight up, impossibly taller than before, steps closer, and leans in until I can smell his breath. Bro, his ham breath. What did you do? Look, I'm sorry, but you couldn't have found the key by yourself. Chip. He says his name like a curse, and I don't mean as profanity. He sounds like he's wishing for epic misfortune to befall Chip. But it's actually good news for you. I don't understand why you didn't bring this up yourself. This means you were right. You don't have a reason to be jealous of Hattie, since you already gave up magic before she came along. There must have been a reason why he did not use that to refute me. Something worse than being accused of having a motive for murder. What could it possibly be? Yeah, it makes sense to be mad that someone snooped through your locked box. You are not about to argue that I should be grateful for you invading my privacy, just because you happened to discover something in my favor. I could care less about if everyone thinks I was the one who killed her, and I don't care if somebody talked you into it. If this is how you wish to act, so be it. Look, I really am sorry about that. I thought... It doesn't matter what I thought. I shouldn't have done that. But... it's innocuous, just a couple of puppets. Why didn't you just simply tell me that you started puppetry before Hattie's apprenticeship? Yeah, he hates us big time. It's none of your business. Did Hattie herself ask you to investigate her death? You fashion yourself some kind of hero detective. Well, right, sorry. I mean, she did, though. So, you really gave up on 3 years of study on a whim. Why? If you think I would still tell you after that, you are wrong. Alright. But can I guess? You never learn, do you?
Broke into his shit and all that. Can I guess? Can I guess how you laugh?
It's like, is this a fucking game to you? What did
If I
the
tell
engraving
you-
say again?
If I get it right, you gotta tell me.
To my dear apprentice Echo, please don't be discouraged. If I had to guess, I don't think it was totally voluntary. Something might have happened that made it hard, if not impossible, for you to do magic. Nothing leads me to either of the first ones of these, but I don't know why you would have to become a puppeteer.
I don't know if you'll lose out on something if you get this wrong.
Did you get it right?
Yeah.
Did he get injured?
I don't know, bro.
Did he lose the right to perform? Nay.
You told me to be quiet, bro. I'm being quiet.
I'm literally asking for your help.
Read the last sentence.
Something might have happened that made it hard, if not impossible, for you to do magic.
Okay.
So what, he got injured? And we're supposed to somehow know that?
It's just this person's guessing. It's not based on anything you know.
Okay. I'm gonna click a guess. Even though you said I might miss out on something if I get it wrong. Maybe you got injured. Can't pull off the precise movement required for tricks anymore. Well, but then again, puppetry requires nimble fingers too, so maybe not. Ha! His expression remains ambivalent, even a little challenging, which tells me I'm still not close. Were there any other clues in the engraving? Magic will always be with you. May he be your companion and your voice. Your voice? Could it have something to do with your voice? Obviously, I know it's still you talking through the puppet, but maybe there's a reason why you Come to think of it, I haven't even heard you talk with your own voice yet. He blinks, but neither he nor the puppet spoke. I might be getting on the right track. You know, I've met a girl once on a I mean, she had this really peculiar case. Was she gonna say on a case? Is she a detective? When people talked to her, she opened her mouth, but nothing came out. People thought she was mute, but her parents swore up and down that she spoke to them. Her parents believed she just didn't want to talk to others, but it turned out she physically couldn't talk. They found a researcher studying cases like it. He called it elective mutism. He is quiet, looking a little stunned. His fingers unconsciously tense and tug on the puppet strings. After a while, he finally speaks, still through his puppet. It's not just... There are other people like me. I'm a little rattled too. It was a wild guess. Or an analogy. I didn't expect to get it right. Or for him to be so surprised. I don't know how you did it. How you figured it out just from that. But... I didn't know... We didn't know that this was going to happen. But almost 3 years after I started practicing, my mentor decided I was ready to do a performance of my own. And once I got on the stage, well, you know. He thought I was just nervous, stage fright or something, but I think somehow I knew. This has happened to me before, I just never talked enough to notice. I was getting ready to quit, but my mentor, he thought... It's going to sound extremely stupid, but he came up with the puppets. He thought if it was a mental thing, maybe it would help if it was not really me talking. It was so stupid, but he got me to try, and well, a couple of months later it worked. I knew then that's what I would end up doing. He suggested he should find another apprentice to pass on the magic tricks, and he found Hattie not long after. So really, Hattie had him to thank for her apprenticeship. But now, do you talk to anyone without the puppet? It's just easier to do it all this way. It's not like anyone cares. He turns his head around and coughs quietly. The girl you met, the researcher, did they ever? Although he looks as annoyed and uninterested as ever, I find it hard to ignore the quiet desire in his eyes and scour my memory hard for an answer. I cares. If nobody cares, you know Scully cares. I believe they said some people are able to grow out of it with time. For others, it helps for them to try bit by bit, person to person. Start with a note, or gestures, or a companion. A companion. Yes, I believe you already have one. I gesture to the puppet. He can be your companion and your voice. Just don't let him be your only voice. His eyes linger on the puppet in his left hand, looking thoughtful. I will keep it in mind. And if a word of this gets out, especially to Chip, I haven't done anything to you for snooping yet. Now we are even. If you talk about this to anyone else, I'll make sure you regret it. Bro, with the threats? In this environment? In this economy?
You got enough for another meeting. You got enough for another meeting.
Oh, enough experience. I'll go grab that before this turn is up. Okay. What else can we ask him about?
I mean, I guess we did never ask him about Echo Jump.
But I mean, now we know.
Yeah, now I'm not sure we need to.
I guess you could ask him about the runaway heir and be like, hey, did you know something about Chick?
To spread gossip about Chip. Pay him back. Yeah, I guess we can. Everyone else, we've asked other people and everyone else seems to know. I'm sure he knows too. You told me Chip must be jealous of Hattie for her fame and the money she makes as ringmaster. And?
What of it, mate?
Nothing. Just wondering if you knew anything about Chip's family. What does that have to do with anything? His parents are Richard Price and Cynthia Price. Who? A tycoon turned senator and an opera actress. Kind of famous and fabulously wealthy. Oh, I see. So because he's a rich little shit, he couldn't have committed murder. That's not what I meant. It doesn't seem like he's in need of what little money or fame the circus can offer, if that's what he started with. I disagree. In my experience, the richer the person becomes, the more they hate when a single red cent is taken away from them. Honestly, true. So his parents are millionaire socialites, whatever. Their fortune is not his, not yet anyway. But the ringmaster job and salary was his, and it got taken away. Why are you so intent on saying he's the murderer? What if you're wrong? What if I'm right? So he has family money. Whatever. I have other reasons to suspect him, and it's none of your business. Honestly, what if we did show him the letter from Hattie? I don't know if that's a bad move or not. But yeah, a couple of times now it's almost felt like it's hinting that he maybe has more information. I mean, usually the game warns you if you're like trying to show something to someone and it's like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Let's not. So I think it'll probably stop me from doing it if it's gonna be really bad. Hopefully. Yep. Yep. No, this would reveal everything to the potential killer. They're all suspects for now. I have to be a little more sure before showing this to anyone else in the circus. Yeah, that's fair. Let's just ask him about Chip and like see if we can get any of the backstory of why they're like in this fight. Your roommate's with Chip the Clown, right? He snorts. The less said about him, the better. You don't like him. How do you live in the same space then? Trust me, we wouldn't if either of us had any say about it. Does this have anything to do with why you kind of accused him of murdering Hattie? As I told you already, it's not an accusation. Merely a friendly discussion between colleagues. Well, he certainly seems to feel the same way as well. I know. But I want to get to the bottom of this. Why? Sometimes people can just dislike each other without a reason, you know? Yeah, sure, Jan. But it had to start somewhere, right? Where did this all begin? Take me to the beginning of when you met. I joined the circus. He was already working here. I needed a place to live. Only he had room in his train. And the first thing he asked me was if he could try playing with my thing. Your what? The marionette. Oh, got it. I said no, of course. Then he made a grab for it and broke it. Okay, that's the broken one in the box. I can see how that would be upsetting. And he tried to respond the same way he deals with anything else, trying to charm his way out of it by acting dumb and cracking jokes. And when that failed, he tried shoving money at me. I decided that someone has to teach him that a few words and a few bucks won't always be enough to save him. Unfortunately, I don't think I ever managed to get that lesson through his skull. We're doing an ad break? But what can I say? I'm a puppeteer, not a school teacher. Okay.
Was there anyone else we had to get to?
Anyone else we had to get to? What do you mean?
Like, did we have any? I know we were waiting for Echo for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
Not really anyone in particular, no. Who else is out there? Who else is out there right now? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I've like stagnated a little bit. It's hard to figure out what I should be doing next. I might just keep talking to Echo and showing him
No,
random
Chip,
things.
Ghosty, I promise you, Chip has been normal. Scully just hates Chip.
Yeah, Scully just hates Chip.
So you can be, you
It's
know,
personal.
Scully has been Scully's Chip is Echo, you know? So you can fight back for Chip.
We can start a new beef here in the chat. Okay, let me just go here and get this out of the way first.
Echo's just as much a jerk.
Ooh, superior time management. Reach 8 max AP for both magician and detective. Alright, so that's the max we can get for both of them. Oh, goodness. What am I doing? What am I doing next? What am I doing?
Oh, it's 7.
What's up?
Come to train number 3 at 7. I thought 8.
No, the show is at 8. So we have to be at the train at 7 and then at the show at 8.
So you might finish it next time.
We'll see.
Like, can I just skip my turn?
I don't know. I just feel like right now I'm like poking and prodding at like random things.
I mean, that's the investigation, ain't it?
Well, every other time it's felt like I've been like working towards something and it's really clear. Wait, we're having civil discussion instead of starting beef in the
Come
chat?
on.
What's this about? What's wrong with you? I don't know.
And that's not fair, Scully. Scully's been shit talking Chip left and right. Suddenly is all nice about it. What's that about?
I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go talk to Alice. Okay. More cutscene, so something's happening here, so that's nice. Before I even enter the stable area, I can hear the noise of something grinding in between all the animal noises. Alice is standing in front of the stalls, holding a giant handsaw. Hard at work. That's our little mechanic. She has a long piece of wood on top of the haystack, one leg fixing it in place while she crouches down to saw it. The handsaw looks heavy, and the haystack isn't exactly firm. I want to warn her, but don't want to risk distracting her. But her bony arms are deceivingly powerful. She holds the big saw in one hand like it's nothing and goes to work on the wood. Only after she saws clean through it do I dare go up and say hello. Honestly, little rich boy Chip, I think he does need a little spray with the water sprayer every once in a while. What are you working on? Oh, look over there. She's pointing toward the middle stable stall. The black horse is still standing there, glancing at us curiously. That's right, the broken door bolt. Looks like the mechanic is finally getting around to fixing that. Finally getting around to it, my gosh. It's not like there's been other things going on. Oh, I heard about that. Obsidian running out. Yeah, I've got to fix it before we leave or we're gonna get a bill from the owners. As we speak, she walks over to the stable door and starts working on replacing the bolt. She looks around for a pair of pliers and comes up empty. So she shrugs and pulls out the nail and rope with her bare hands. Huh? Did you just... What? Oh, the nail? It wasn't really that deep. I'm stronger than I look. Almost done. 1 second. She has her head down working on the door, one hand sliding in the new bolt, the other stroking the black horse. Cute. Yes, I told you I'm not scared.
I think that was another glitch.
That was another glitch. What was supposed to happen there? I wonder if it shows it in the log.
I think it was supposed to be like that. Another description really didn't have a name on it.
Yeah.
Like, suddenly the horse starts licking your face.
Yeah, that's a bummer. We've been getting a couple of like text glitches this session. Alice immediately closes her eyes and scrunches up her face, but she's laughing at the horse, both hands reaching up to touch his face. A few licks later, her hat is pushed to the side and her hair is standing up in all directions. I've heard of a cow lick, but never a horse lick. She laughs again. I think it's the first time I've seen her laugh out loud. When all the worries have been wiped from her face, she looks so young. Rolf said she was still underage when she came to join the circus a few years ago, which means she's in her early 20s at most. But she's been taking on major responsibilities here, from fixing everything to helping me with my disguise. Even though she's clearly shaken from Hattie's death. She continues working on the bolt, setting the new one in place and testing it, fighting with the horse's attention the whole time. Sorry. Obsidian, stop! Alright, I think I'm done with the door. She uses her fingers to comb her wild hair and put her beret back in its position before turning back to me. Sorry about the wait. Did you need me for anything? Well, I had to come here to see if I had talked to her about that. I did. Let me just ask about the costume. This is a great costume. Did you make it for her? Yeah, I mean, it's just a dress. True, but it's a magician's dress. Not a lot of people have done that before. Of course, they were all men. Was it your idea to wear the top hat with the dress? No, that was all Hattie. All the old school magicians wore suits and top hats and gentleman stuff, you know? So when she started out, she just wore what ladies wore, fancy evening dresses and the like. But those were a bother to move around in, and we had quite a bit of trouble taking care of them. Turns out, cramped train compartments are not the best place to store gowns. Well, Hattie has to wear a hat. Of course, it's in the name. It's in the brand. So, she said she wanted to try something more modern. The hourglass silhouette was in fashion, so we went with a little shoulders padding and a pencil skirt. I was worried it wouldn't look like a magician's outfit. You wouldn't look at that dress alone and scream magician, right? Seems like a reasonable concern. No, you know what she said. She said that no one would look at a woman's dress and think magician anyway, so what she wore didn't matter. She had a point. She said, I don't need them to look at the dress and say magician. When I'm done with the performance, they'll look at me and say, that's a magician. Wow. Wow. I know. And that's when she became ringmaster too, so she told me to skip the other stuff. She'd just wear the hat with the dress. Sounds like she had a lot of her own ideas. Yeah, that was Hattie. Always thinking of something new, always looking for a new angle. She bows her head. Take care of the costume, okay? Will do, Alice. you think I'm supposed to be presenting this to people? Did you present this to people? Alright.
Scully thinks Phyllis is a cat.
Phyllis is a dog. Should we save that to the end? We'll save that to the end if that's okay, Scully. Thank you. Okay. Maybe I should just ask her about some people. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to present this. Do you know much about the financial situation of the circus? No, it's none of my business. I heard Moses talking with an investor. Turns out the circus has not been doing well financially. What? What do you mean not doing well? Not making money for the past 2 years, essentially. You knew nothing about this? No, why would I? Have you seen attendance dropping for the time you've been working here? Her eyes move rapidly, searching her memory.
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's always been like that. If anything, when Hattie got here, I think there was a boost. But maybe there's been... You don't notice if things change gradually, and it's not like we know the exact numbers. Why are you telling me this? What did Moses say? Moses told the investor we would be fine as long as Hattie was here. But she's not. Yes, but the investor didn't know that. She covers her mouth with her hands. I haven't even thought about that. What will happen to the business with Hattie gone? Are you worried that the circus will close down? No, Moses would never let that happen. What is he going to do about it? I don't know, but there's got to be a way. And if there's a way, Moses will find it. The circus is his. He'll never let anything happen to it. Ask her about Aideen. You know Aideen, our fire dancer? Yes. Are you close? No, not really.
Okay.
She was closer to Hattie. Right, I heard they were really good friends. Yeah. Do you know how they got so close? What do you mean, why? They were close to the same age and they were partners on stage, and they were both so... So... You know. They were just... No one could stop looking at them.
I was just... They were both so hot.
Aideen is very beautiful, and I'm sure Hattie was too. It's not... I don't just mean that. It's more than that. It's just... something about them that glows. I'm glad they met each other so they could glow together. And everyone got to see it on stage. Not anymore, though. Yeah. One action point left. Fuck it, let's go see Aideen. And tell her about the financial crisis that could be soon impacting her job. Why not? How much do you know about the financial situation here? Like how our business is doing? You'd have to ask the boss. Well, here's the thing. It's not doing great. He told you that? I guess you can say I learned it by chance. She looks down at the cigarette in her hand. With her eyes obscured, it's hard to say whether she's affected by the news. Not doing great, huh? And now that Hattie's not here. No offense to you, but once everyone knows about what happened, there's bound to be a fallout. I don't know if we can survive this. What will you do if the circus closes? She chuckles softly, with just a hint of bitterness. I've had plenty of experience leaving all kinds of homes. You don't know. We don't know what's going to happen to the circus yet. I have a feeling. I've had feelings like this before, and they were always right. Nothing good lasts forever, right? Right. Pity you just got here, too. I was looking forward to getting to know you. Well, we can still keep in touch. She nods, but her expression speaks of too many shadows of people who faded out of her life. Damn, what a way to end the turn.
Damn. You can stop.
You don't think I should do the other half?
Oh. Ready for
Oh, what's going on here? What's this now? I kind of don't want to figure out what happened to Hattie and just make it so Jackie stays here and we get a bunch of money for the circus. Well, I don't know if that'll happen.
see what happens.
See what happens? Just keep going.
I don't remember what this is. I was
Okay.
just checking out for you.
All right, that was it. Where should I go next? I walk outside and head to the field, thinking about my next steps. Mister, can you wait a second?
Oh, is it Billy or whatever? Remember we were like
Oh,
Tiny,
the like male kid.
Tiny Tony or whatever?
I turn around. There's a young boy behind me staring at me with curious eyes. He's thin as a rail with a shining smile despite a few missing teeth. He's bouncing on his toes and looking around every other second, radiating infinite enthusiasm. Scully, no.
What's Scully say?
Beat up the little boy.
Oh my god. No wonder you get along with Echo.
Whoa. Sorry, are you talking to me? Yeah, you are the... He looks around before mock whispering in my ear. The big detective, right? I suppose. That's right. Oh, that's right. I have a message from the boss for you. He wants you to go see him in his office as soon as possible. Oh, you mean Moses, right? You're with the circus?
I don't know if you remember. You've been waiting on something this whole time.
I've been waiting on what?
Oh, Tom.
I have?
He said he would call you as soon as he had it.
I forbore. I sure am. I deliver messages and stuff. Everyone calls me Little Lee. That's it, Little Lee.
Tiny Tony is his brother.
Tiny Tony is his brother. Nice to meet you, Little Lee. So Moses asked for me. Did he say what it's about? Nah, that's big people stuff. I don't ask questions. Well, your message has been delivered. I gotta go. Before he runs away, he turns his head back to me and performs a mock salute. And nice to meet you too, big detective. Hope you solved the case.
Bro was like all quiet. And
Give him a
secret.
coin.
He was all like, and he runs away. Nice to meet the detective.
Exactly. The kid certainly moves fast. No wonder they have him delivering messages. Speaking of, what does Moses need me for? It sounds urgent. The kid did it.
It was Little Lee.
It sounds urgent. I better head over now. Excuse me.
It's Yan. So it's what's Yan's superlative? Yappy Yan.
Yappy Yan. Prankster Yan.
But it's gotta be alliterative.
There's not enough Y words. Mr. Jones, please come in. I take it you received my message. I did. Your messenger boy is very chipper. Yawning Yan. All three of the kids, it was a joint effort. So true.
I like that we've just decided Tiny Tony exists.
He's eager, fast, loyal, and doesn't ask many questions. He's one of the best workers I have. So, what's the urgent message? I just received a visitor from the police department. Looks like my pestering has worked. To a certain extent, at least. They did still make it clear they don't intend to do anything about the case. But they did deliver this. He goes back to the table and pulls out a file. Post-mortem examination report. They gave you the autopsy report? Tiny Tony was the friends we made along the way. So true, Scully.
It's not Tiny Tony. It's Tiny Tito.
It's Tiny Tito. There's an actual T kid. Tiny Tito, Yawning Yan, and Little Lee. They gave you the autopsy report. Literally the least they could do. Anything surprising? Have a look for yourself. I'm scared. Victim, female, aged between 25 to 35. Man, science was bad back then. That's a big range. Blah blah. Time of death, Monday afternoon. Toxicology negative. No alcohol or drugs in her system. Okay, good to know. Cause of death, stab wound to the chest. Yeah, no defensive wounds. Slight bruising around the wrists. Okay. Murder weapon, knife. Wait, what? I do a double take. The knife from the act wasn't the original murder weapon? I rush to read the following explanation. Whereas the throwing knife should be expected to make a linear wound with both ends pointed. The actual wound is more triangular. And while the stabbing motion was forceful, leaving marks on the bone, the throwing knife left no hilt marks on the skin.
Like if it stabbed with the throwing knife, the hilt would have hit.
Yeah. Which shouldn't have been possible given the depth of the wound and the length of the blade. However, as the wound matches the throwing knife in width, we can only deduce that either the original murder weapon has a similar width, or it's possible that it had a narrower blade, but the wound was widened by the insertion of the throwing knife post-mortem. Sheesh. Okay. Therefore, it's likely the initial stabbing was done with a sharp weapon with a thicker blade and duller edges. Either longer or hiltless, and either equal to or narrower than the throwing knife. Okay. My wheel is spinning. My thinking wheel is spinning. Huh. This certainly has implications. I need to rethink some things. Can I keep this for now? Sure.
Sure, Brady.
Sure.
Sure, Brady.
Keep it. Hold on to it. Okay.
Just thought of another one, guys.
What?
Evil Echo. Cool chip.
You scared Phyllis with your loud clap. That's more and more proof that it wasn't likely an accident. Yes, so true. Doesn't Moses have a cane? Cane sword. That seems unlikely.
Wait, can they see Phyllis? I think they see my hand.
Yeah, you can see Phyllis there. Just a little blob. A little dark void. Thank you for giving me this. I don't know what it means yet, but I can tell this will be important. It would have been nice to have it when I started today, but I'm not gonna complain.
Ugh.
Trust me. I'm not happy with them dragging their feet either, but better late than never. Speaking of time, that may be the one thing you don't have a lot of left. He taps on his watch.
I am Sag Phyllis. Snack time is on cooldown, but I understand.
Yama!
Yama!
Well, you don't have to be Sag because Scully just redeemed that
That's why.
like just a few minutes ago. Oh, why is it doing that? Oh.
Oh no!
Oh.
You scrolled through the text, bro.
Oh, why did it do that? Okay, hold on. Scully just redeemed that, but we are saving it for the end of today's stream. So if you're sticking around, then you'll still see the Phyllis snack time. So it's all good. And you get to save your points. Elegant Echo is his thing. Sure, Scully. Okay, we somehow scrolled through the text. I didn't know that the scroll wheel would do that. He taps on his watch. It's 5 already. At 7, the show will start, and everyone, I mean, almost everyone, will be busy with the show. That means 6 o'clock might be your last hour when you can ask any questions you want. Oh, no! I must spend it wisely, then. I'll be here in my office, as always. Tito will be with me, so you know where to find us. Aideen and Yan usually have dinner in their own room. As for the rest, I'm not sure. Thanks for the tip. I'll be off then. Lots to do and not much time to do it. Are we gonna have any time to see Alice? Is she ever gonna come out? Wait, is she gonna be in the stables right now? Fixing the thing, right? We're in the same hour, aren't we? Right. If there's anything you need my help with, please just let me know. I appreciate all of your help so far, especially sharing the report with me. He shakes my hand and stands up to send me out of the door. Mr. Jones, I just wanted to say, I know you've been given a nearly impossible task. There are many things I'm uncertain about, and I hired you in the hopes of getting some answers. In retrospect, I suppose I thought getting an answer to the case could solve all of my problems. But that's delusional. So no matter how this case concludes, I just wanted to thank you for lending your expertise and throwing yourself into it. Thank you, but you don't have to say all that. I'm just doing my job. It might be old hat to you, but for us, it reminds us that our lives are worth something, no matter what the authorities or the papers might think. Thank you. I'll try my best. We're doing good today, Yama. Just having a chill day. Nate's got a tummy ache, so he's over here in the background. It's more than that. It's an advanced tummy ache. I don't know what to call it. He keeps saying I'm wrong for calling.
What tummy?
He has a hurt tummy. I don't know. I don't have an official diagnosis. I don't have a diagnosis, Nate. I don't have the answers. But he is out of commission, so he's sitting right next to me, just chilling. Surviving, you know. And I'm just here. I'm just here wrecking my voice with all this reading. It's hard without Nate reading half the voices.
They're actually kind of close to done, though.
Kind of close to done.
I mean, I think you do one more. But...
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to stop after this one.
but
Hydrate, you got it, Scully. I'll
You're
do
kind
one
of
more
there.
hydrate.
Kind of getting there.
I think next one might be the last stream. I think we can finish it. But we always say that.
They were just saying, like, this is everyone's having dinners, right? Or something.
Don't want it to be over. I'm sorry. But there will be more games after this. We'll get to a new visual novel, which will be fun.
Maybe we'll like the same characters the next one.
Maybe we'll agree on who done it, and we'll be fans of the same characters next time. He's right. I really don't have a lot of time left. Oh, there will always be more hot people, Scully. That's, you know, that's just how we do it around here. We can't have another
This is
please
worse
be
than
happy
Please Be Happy.
situation.
What do you mean? This is another please be happy situation.
It is kind of another please be happy situation. But please be happy was like way longer. Because
I think you did longer sessions. You did like 6-hour sessions for that game.
Not 6 hours. For sure not. I think it was the first game that we played for Fern's book club, Scully, was Please Be Happy. And it was just this same situation of like, we thought we were gonna finish it in January, which is when we started. We thought we were gonna like finish it within that month. And it just took so long and so many more streams than we were expecting, just because of all the reading, and like it just was a longer story than we thought. And so we're just like finding ourselves in that situation again with this one, where, you know, we keep thinking, oh, this is gonna be the finale stream, everyone show up, everyone stop by, and it's like, no, we're not even close to there yet. We're just silly. But that was a great game, and if you haven't heard of it or checked it out, you should. I love Please Be Happy. I need to plan my next moves carefully. Okay, so we have now the autopsy report. Oh my gosh. Okay, now it's getting real. I'm scared. Okay, first things first, I'm gonna see if I can find Alice. She is still not out. I don't understand. I actually don't understand.
You call me a liar, dude.
You said 6 hours. That's 5 hours, and that's
close.
probably not the usual. That
That's
was like,
close.
you found one example that fits your narrative.
4 hours. 5 hours again. 4.5 hours.
Okay, Nate. It doesn't matter.
You call me a liar.
I didn't call you a liar. You're showing me all of these stream times, and it doesn't really matter. Oh, we're on the wrong one. So I don't understand. Because we need to collect Alice's alibi, but we're not going to be able to. Right?
Maybe.
And also, how was she out in the stables during our turn with Jackie during this hour, but she's not there
Can you go to
right now?
Can the detective go to the stables? I don't think that's another workplace, right?
Since when can we not go to the stables?
I don't think we've ever gone to the stables of the detective. You could try and click on it, see what it says.
Haven't we talked to Ralph there? I swear we've gone and talked to Ralph there. Okay, so we just literally can't talk to Alice. So what does that mean? Was it Alice?
She might have been open in the beginning. I don't know.
She wasn't.
I think you'll get a time.
I'm just so confused. Well, now I don't even know what to do with this turn, because I thought I was gonna finally be able to meet her with the detective. We should ask Aideen if she saw what happened when we got attacked. Did I already? I can check. I feel like I might have last time. Yeah. Yeah, I asked her. You know what? We should probably... Yeah, okay. We need to talk to her about the trick stuff for sure. That's probably... Oh, and we have a contradict. Those are probably the most important things. Okay, so the contradict must have something to do with the trick, probably. So the secret behind Hattie's knife-throwing trick was that she actually never let the knife leave her hand. Instead, the circus mechanic, Alice, operated some sort of mechanism at the back of the board to make knives pop out as if they'd been thrown. So does that just contradict this one? Not really. I mean, I'll just try it, I guess. Nah. It does not. I'm glad that there's at least, like, not, like, a consequence for, like, doing that wrong, you know? Okay, so what is the contradiction, though? Does it have to do with the autopsy report? Or just the nearsighted glasses? Just to be like, she wasn't actually throwing it? No? Ugh. Maybe the self-taught one and the trick revealed? Because maybe Aideen is the one that taught her? Or like helped conceive of the trick? No. I'm just trying to figure out what the contradiction is. I have the autopsy report, the shattered trophy, nearsighted glasses, the train key, and then just all the usual ones. Ooh, maybe the photo of the crime scene and the autopsy report? No? What in the world? What? I'm really confused, actually. I don't think it's anything to do with the updated statements, because we have long hashed that out, I feel like. Maybe the fellow apprentices and the self-taught? No? Oh my god. This is like the most lost I've ever been. Nearsighted with the trophy, because if she's nearsighted, maybe she knocked over the trophy by accident.
Oh, well, that doesn't have to do with AD.
Yeah, that could be plausible, but I don't know if that is something we would need to bring to Aideen specifically.
Click through.
Through here?
What stuff did you try?
I've tried a lot of stuff. I don't know. I tried self-taught with fellow apprentices, self-taught with trick revealed. Did I try with just... I think I might have tried with just the knife throwing act, but let me try one more time. I think that's the first thing I tried, yeah.
I thought self-taught.
The original one with self-taught.
Yeah.
I could try that. I don't remember if I tried that. No, it's not that.
What did you try with the photo?
I tried the crime scene photo with the autopsy report because those do dispute each other, but it didn't do anything. So maybe I need to bring that to somebody else.
Go to the photo.
Photo of the crime scene taken by the police. Hattie is tied to a wooden board, a throwing knife through her heart. The room seems relatively organized with no apparent signs of struggle. We could try photo of the crime scene with trick revealed.
Oh.
Something in the photo doesn't make sense, but what is it? Okay. Okay, so did...
This is right, but you just gotta find out why.
According to Aideen, in the knife-throwing act, the knives aren't thrown. They pop out from the back. So, there's no way it could kill someone like this. But it's not that unthinkable that someone just happened to use the throwing knives as a convenient weapon. How the trick is done on stage is irrelevant to the murder.
Oh, I know what it is.
It's different from the trick, but it's not peculiar. Not something that might tell me more about the killer or the case. I'm lost.
I know what it is.
No, my gut tells me that there's something else I'm not noticing here. I can try this again when I figure out what the problem is.
What is the trick revealed about?
The
Do the
knife.
same thing again. Yeah, but how does the knife happen?
With
wait,
the
wait.
mechanism. What?
Not the knife thing.
I'm confused.
How does the knife happen?
With the mechanism.
Where's the mechanism?
In the board.
Where on the board specifically?
The back of the board.
Okay.
So I need to somehow click on the back of the board? Just on the board?
The mirror showing the back of the board and there's nothing there.
No, I didn't see that.
Well, you're asking about the back.
Jesus Christ. That one was too hard. The knife-throwing trick relies on a mechanism on the back of the board. But in the crime scene photo, the reflection in the mirror shows that the back of the board is empty. You said that the knife-throwing act actually only works because there's some sort of mechanism hidden on the back, right? I've told you more than enough about the trick at this point, detective, although I really shouldn't. First try. Thank you, Fish. Thanks for appreciating my wits. We've gotten this far, haven't we? I'm not asking about the trick, for God's sake. I'm not interested in switching careers. If it's not about the trick, what is this about then? The mechanism. It's visible, right? Like, you can definitely spot it if you're looking. Yes? She looks at me, brows furrowed, no longer at ease. I can tell she genuinely has no idea what I'm getting at, which is interesting. When I showed you the photo from the crime scene earlier, didn't you notice anything out of the ordinary? What do you mean? I hand her the photo. She hesitates for a second and closes her eyes, taking the photo from my hand. The board in the photo. Look at the reflection in the mirror. She gasps. There's nothing on the back. Didn't you find that peculiar? I honestly just never noticed. I was so shocked. And she was just lying there. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even want to look at her. I couldn't think about anything else. I'm sorry. But what does this mean? Did someone remove the mechanism before her death or after? No, that's not possible. But she shakes her head and smiles wryly, as if making fun of herself. I know you have no reason to believe me, and it's not like I have been exceptionally forthcoming so far. But in my defense, there's a reason I didn't realize it was out of place. Go on. When you were trying to figure out how the act works, there was something you missed. It's understandable since you've never seen the act in action. What? In the beginning of the act, there's a segment where we wheel the board out and show it to the audience, front and back. But, oh, it's a dupe. It's an identical board, just without the mechanism at the back. And you guys switch it to the real board at some point in the performance before you get tied to it. So not only are there 2 sets of knives and 2 operators, there are 2 boards. And the one that Hattie was tied to is actually the decoy. That's right. But it doesn't make any sense. Why? I was sure that what happened to Hattie must have had something to do with the act. Like she was practicing with someone, testing the mechanics or something. But this doesn't make sense. That board is just to show the crowd. It has never actually been the target. Curiouser and curiouser. Looks like I might need to reevaluate my theories about the crime scene. Well... Does it make sense to show her the autopsy report or nah?
I mean, maybe she might be upset by it, but the photos, like every time she's gotta like gear up to look at it.
I'm gonna try it. It might tell me not to.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The killer switched the weapon, likely to disguise their identity. It must be important. I might tip the killer off if I go around revealing that the cover-up failed. Okay.
Fair. It's like not fair.
Not fair. I'm going to ask about this. So, now that you already told me the truth about the knife throwing act, I didn't tell you anything. You figured it out for yourself. With a lot of help from her, but perhaps she just doesn't want to admit it. Alright. But I was wondering, if this is all a trick, who came up with it? Was it Hattie? You know, I never asked. I assumed it was her, or she devised it together with Alice, perhaps. Hattie's never been too good with mechanics herself. And how does Alice feel then, being a co-inventor, or at least such a vital member of such a popular act, yet never being acknowledged for it? She hummed, not immediately defensive, but a little thoughtful. You're drawing Echo? That's cute, Scully. I love it. I never got the impression that she wanted attention that way. You make it sound like that's a bad thing, wanting attention. Oh no, by no means. I want attention. Chip wants attention. Hattie wants attention. That's practically a requirement for a performer. Alice just seems like she's happier without it. If you offered her Hattie's place, I doubt she'd take it. So... what I want to know now is he said that there are 2 2 boards, 2 operators, 2 sets of knives. So then how do we find out who operates the other board? Does that matter?
I wasn't paying attention to the reveal yet, so. That
To
doesn't
what?
sound familiar to me.
Okay.
2 boards, 2. I don't remember all that.
He just said that when
I
we
don't
were
think
doing
there's
the
2
contradiction.
operators, though.
He said that.
Okay, I don't. Why would there be an operator for a board that has nothing on it?
I don't know. He said that.
It doesn't make sense.
Ugh. Who else can we go to? Who else do we need to go to?
I feel like that's the other thing. Is like, when I didn't have a lead, I just kind of just went anywhere, and I think you're like, I have to maximize. Again,
Well, I'm almost out of time at this point, so
that's the other thing. Again, you're hurt by the fact that you're not. Like for me, I'd end up with like 3 points. I'm like, I can't really get that much out of anyone anyway. You just go somewhere, but you have maximum points at all times because they got rid of the travel point.
I guess I can just make sure I've asked everyone about the trick and see who knows what. So I think I asked Chip. I asked Aideen. I wonder if I should ask Moses.
Maybe. Who's someone I didn't talk to about?
Just like see if he knows. I don't know if that matters. I don't know if he can tell me about who taught her either. Probably not.
Maybe not. Like, that's the kind of thing you'd ask. You're like, oh, where'd you learn that?
So I spoke with Aideen about the knife throwing act. The secret behind it. What secret? Well, wait. Yeah, I wasn't sure you'd want to know because of the whole trade secret thing. Well, you've already spoiled it by making me aware there's a secret to be found. He stands up straight and adjusts his glasses, looking much more like the sharp businessman of his reputation than the tired, burdened man he's appeared to be so far today.
I guess he doesn't know, though.
What's left is not hard to guess. Once you begin to see the whole thing as a magic trick rather than a show of skill, then I can roughly guess how it was done. Most of the magic relies on 3 things: sleight of hand, illusion, and misdirection. If she doesn't know how to actually throw a knife, then she doesn't throw it. The throw is sleight of hand, the knife hitting the board must be an illusion, and Aideen is the misdirection. Top marks. From what I understand, the board has a mechanism at the back, operated by Alice, that makes knives pop out. But I've seen the board. There's nothing... Ah, that one must be a duplicate. More misdirection. Did you truly know none of it before? Sounds like I didn't need to tell you any of it. I really didn't know. Is it that hard to believe Hattie was trained in knife throwing? Or that someone could throw knives with this level of skill? We have people who swallow fire and walk on wires. Naturally, we'd assume something that could be accomplished with skill doesn't need to be accomplished with trickery. The genius of this act, Mr. Jones, is that no one knew to look for a trick. I wonder if we should ask him about the attack. But no, it keeps warning me against that. Like, he's gonna think I'm incompetent if I ask. Well, I guess I actually don't really need to ask about this, right? Because now we know that she just didn't do it, so she wasn't necessarily taught. I think like the idea still came from somewhere, but we were just talking about misdirection though, so maybe that could be misdirection. Maybe. I'll make sure that I ask everyone about like the trick and stuff first, and then if I have action points left in this turn, maybe I'll do that. Rolf, please tell me what you know. So I've learned something about Hattie's knife throwing act. Does it have anything to do with the magician's secrets? Did you know anything? Wait, you don't mean it, do you? Sorry, but please don't tell me. Why? Because it's a trade secret? Yeah. But Hattie's, you know, she won't be hurt by it.
Hattie's, you know.
Hattie's, you know. Pride flag emoji.
That's a trade secret right there.
And you wouldn't tell anyone else if I told you, right? No, but it's the thing I was raised not to ask about and not to discuss. Aren't you at least a little curious? God, I'm not even supposed to know there's a trick of some sort. Although that would actually make me feel a little better. Why does it make you feel better? Because it means it's not really that dangerous, is it? I'm a little curious, but I don't want to know. It's not like it's going to change anything, knowing that. Especially now that she's gone.
It reminds me of, like, in my head, I'd say, how would you not realize this is a base, you know, for watching the board? But, you know that, there's like that one, it's like in a round thing, and it's like, there's a wall, and there's a little stick that's like hits against, it's like a clock almost, and it's like a little hand, like bangs against the wall, and you're like, okay, can you make it go through the wall? And then the person comes up and they push it, and it, like, they do something to it, and it goes, it looks like it goes to the wall. But what's actually happening, if you slow it down, is it's going all the way around very fast. But to the human eye, it looks like it's going through the wall. But it's actually just flying all the way, the entire distance over to the other side as fast as possible. Same thing here, right? You know, it's just really fast popping out, but it looks like it's going in. You know?
Yeah. I'm not familiar with the one that you're talking about, but yeah, that's basically it, right? Adian gave the example of like a bullet, like you don't actually see it, you just see the impact where it made.
In video games, we'll see.
And how are there so many people we just haven't even asked about Hattie yet? What the heck? Why am I so bad at games? Oh, that's right. He was doing the describing them as animals one.
Oh, I was gonna say detective focus was time of death. Jackie was asked about that.
I know, but that's still like a basic thing I should have been asking though. So, what animal is Hattie? Hattie? She was like an eagle. So when you say eagle, do you mean like a bald eagle? No, well, it doesn't have to be a bald eagle. I didn't say it because she's American or something. Why not? Rising through the ranks and becoming a famous magician sure sounds like an American story if I've ever heard one. Oh, I was thinking about how eagles are amazing creatures who can fly really high, and they're smart and strong enough to catch a big range of prey, from goats to mice. Sure. And Hattie's knife throwing act made me think of how eagles have amazing eyesight and strong grips. Joke's on you, Rolf. She has terrible eyesight. Misdirection. They can be tricky too. They knock prey away from other birds and catch it in midair. Ironic, because Hattie actually has terrible eyesight. But I guess he doesn't know that. To him, the act must have meant incredible hand-eye coordination. And eagles are the most determined creatures, too. They're strong enough to fly with things that weigh as much as themselves. But more than that, I've seen an eagle catch a fish that was too heavy for him to lift, but he wouldn't let go. Instead, he swam all the way to shore, even though that's not really a skill of his. Translation: Hattie was obsessed with winning, even in an adverse environment. Actually, I still remember a fisherman friend of mine once told me he once pulled the net to find the corpse of an eagle, with its talons still sunk deep into a giant salmon. He guessed the eagle wouldn't let go, and the salmon kept struggling, so eventually the eagle drowned in the water. I examined his face, trying to determine if there was a metaphor in there somewhere about how Hattie died because she was too greedy or too ambitious. Not that it has anything to do with Hattie, I was just reminded of the story. Interesting. Interesting.
I'm guessing serious attack. He already knows.
Yeah.
You found the wall.
Yeah. Oh boy. We'll just keep making the rounds, go wherever we can. We'll come back to places if we need to. Oh, something going on here. This time when I enter the fair, I know to head toward the side ring to check out what performance is going on.
It's getting dark.
Oh, we're finally gonna see Yan perform. A small group is gathered around the rope circle, outlined inside the ring. But in the middle of the ring is a makeshift changing room with curtains obscuring what lies within. A few staff members are working busily with something inside, and they're whispering and subtly looking around as if waiting for someone. Just as I poke my head around, wondering what's happening, someone bumps up behind me. "Hey, let me go through." It's Yan, poking me in the waist. Her other hand is clutching a box of popcorn. "Go through to where?" She casually tosses some popcorn in her mouth and points behind her back to the curtains. "There, it's my act." Oh. Sorry, yeah, you should go." I watch her slide over and hop under the rope barrier without spilling a kernel from that overfilled box of popcorn. Then she went through the curtain. I have no idea what's going on. The crowd clearly doesn't either, judging by the way they're whispering amongst themselves.
Whoa.
Moments later, the curtain opens. In fact, the workers have dismantled the entire contraption. What are we working with? We got a new outfit on. We got a stick with a bunch of birds on it. Standing on like a fuzzy rug. Yan's standing in the middle in a different outfit. She seems to have put on a long, loose robe with sleeves that almost fall to the ground. She's a bird. We know what Rolf would say if we had asked about Yan. Which animal she's like. She's like a bird.
I'm like a bird.
Exactly. She loves that song.
Back
She's
in the 50s or whatever.
yeah, back in the 40s or 50s.
I think the 20s, wasn't it?
I don't know.
'Cause they talk
I
about
can't
the
remember
Great
what
War, which
what
is
decade.
World War I think.
Yeah, it's an oldie. She's standing on a carpet that resembles a thick cloud, likely made from either wool or cotton. Beside her is a long staff that appears to be surrounded by flying birds. None of this helps. I still have no idea what the act is supposed to be. And then she moves, slowly, and retracts her legs. She's hovering. Sick moves. She's moved in a cross-legged pose mid-air. One of her hands is still on the staff, but for a lack of better description, she's floating. What? How did she just do that? It must be the cane. She's holding on to it. But it doesn't look like... She levitates on top of the cloud effortlessly, looking a little bored. In fact, when I focus on her face, it looks like her mouth is moving slowly, but she's not saying anything. It looks a lot like chewing. She must have stuffed her mouth full of popcorn before she went on. She shoots me a conspiratorial look. I don't know if she knows I figured out what she's doing, or she's simply saying hi. I wait a while, just observing the other people here. People come and go. Some walk around the rope barriers, trying to find the trick's angle. Everyone speculated about the staff and the carpet. When I look back at her, I almost laugh out loud. While she still has one hand on the staff, her other hand is currently under her cheek, as if she's preparing for a quick snooze. Her head is leaning further and further into her palm, and her eyes are closing. Ahem. Ahem. Everyone whips their head around to look at me, which is perfect because they miss Yan's head snapping up and almost falling off. Sorry. I look at her. She hurriedly sits up and lifts her head. Things go smoothly after that, although she looks ready to doze off every other minute. An eternity later, the curtain crew return. She shrugs off the jacket and heads back over to me. I didn't ask you to wait. I was enjoying the act. Psh, it's not an act, it's just sitting on a thing while wearing a thing. Yeah, I could guess how the mechanism works. I can tell you were bored. Please ask me your questions now, or I'm really gonna fall asleep. Okay. What were we asking about? The trick. I mean, she's probably not gonna know anything, but whatever. I'm just covering my bases. You know the knife throwing act that Hattie performs with Aideen? Yeah. It's the only real thing she does. Everything else she does is fake. Ooh! Oh, yeah, and I'm so sorry. Oh, we're about to tell her Santa isn't real!
You ruined it.
Oh, no. Well, unfortunately, the knife-throwing thing isn't real either. What? How? Apparently, there's some sort of mechanism at the back of the board. Who told you that? I've seen the back of the board. It's empty. Unless your mechanism is invisible. Of course, what she saw was the duplicate board that Aideen told me about. What you saw was the dupe. They have a mechanism on the real one. Who told you that? I'm not even supposed to tell you about this. It's supposed to be a top secret, not to be shared with anyone because it's a magician's livelihood. I can't say I completely understand, but I don't want to be the person that breaks the rule. You already did! You told me! Well, if you don't tell anyone else, the secret will still be safe. Fine, but you have to tell me who told you about the board. Maybe they're lying to you, you know. Your sister did. Why didn't she tell me? Did you just forget everything I said about secrets and livelihoods? I know, but I'm me. I'll ask her about it later. Maybe I'll ask her about the shattered trophy because we know that she went in there and that she's a troublemaker. You went into Hattie's room for the key, right? Yeah? Do you know about the trophy she keeps in her room? Of course. You want to know about the broken one, don't you? Right, you must have seen it. Wait, you didn't break it, right? No, it wasn't me, I swear. I don't know if I can trust your vows. Psh, I wouldn't lie about that. I wouldn't get into trouble for breaking it anyway. It's not like Hattie can complain. She's dead. Always the straightforward Yan. Okay, I'll ignore the horror of that statement in favor of the logic. You know, when I went into her room yesterday, the trophy was still fine. What? When did you go in? Why did you go in? Are you sure? Who would break it then? Who else has the keys? It was yesterday morning. You know, I just thought, I'm not supposed to steal anything, but it doesn't count as stealing if the owner's dead, right? Oh my god, Yan. But yeah, the trophies were all fine when I saw them. That's crazy. Who else could have been in her room? Doing what? She shrugs nonchalantly. Are you absolutely sure about this? I wouldn't have missed a bunch of glass shards on the ground. This creates more questions than answers, but still it's useful information to have. Who knew it would come from an underage thief looking to steal from the dead? By the way, did you take anything from Hattie's room? I'm not going to get you in trouble, just in case you took away some important clues. I'm not even going to take them from you, if you let me just take a look. No, I didn't take anything. Really? Nothing helpful, just some cash. Alright. Kind of wish I would have had that earlier, actually. Just asked Yan about the shattered trophy and found out that someone else has been in the room since she was in yesterday. So someone had been in today. So now I'm trying to figure out who to ask about that with my last action point. My gut instinct is Aideen because we know that she has a key.
Is it like a new item? Someone was in the car.
No, it's not a new evidence, but we just haven't asked her about the shattered trophy. And I remember, I think Yan had said that Aideen and Moses had keys to Hattie's train car. So I'm leaning toward asking one of them. I also don't think I asked Chip yet about Trick Revealed, but I only have the 1 point left, and I'm not sure that's as useful. And I also had thought about asking him about the shattered trophy. Or no, maybe I still needed to ask.
No, you did ask him.
Yeah, I needed to ask Echo about the trophy.
You did ask him about the trick reveal.
Did I?
Because remember, he was like, oh my god, tell me. Like, he was like...
Oh, okay. Well, then the remaining question is, do I ask Aideen or Moses about the shattered trophy?
Getting close.
Nay says Aideen.
I'm also just like... You know, on their last point, let's just do it.
Have you been to Hattie's train car since Monday? No, I couldn't. You know her glass trophy, bluish green? Yeah, the star trophy. She got that from the Magician Society a couple years ago. Why? It's broken. What? It's broken in pieces. Fell to the ground at some point. But I don't understand. Who could have... It was intact when I saw it last week. And there's no way Hattie would have left it that way if she's seen it. Is it possible that she had a fight in her room before the murder? But it didn't happen in her room. She was in the storage tent. That's why I'm asking. Harder to suss out. And, well, the trains are connected, of course. If something big happened in her car, her neighbors would have heard it as if someone was in the room. Who are her neighbors? Hattie lived in train car number 3. Yan and I share train car number 1. And Chip and Echo live between us and train car number 2. Maybe I'll ask them if they heard anything.
I think you did.
Is it possible someone broke it for some reason after her death?
That's what I'm going for. Jealous rage about it's a fast magician.
Mm-hmm. Well,
who would do that?
Well, her room is usually locked. Only she, Moses, and I have the keys as far as I know. Well, Yan was also able to get in without the keys. Yeah, we did. We asked Chip about it to see if he had heard anything, and he hadn't, but he had suggested to ask Echo about it because he also lives in the same train car and is more likely to be home because he does not leave to socialize. So I was gonna ask him about it, but I don't think I've seen him since.
Who would be a jealous magician?
Nobody? Haven't we already disproved that? You think he still is? As someone who's already played the game? So it was Echo confirmed?
I don't know, Scully's suspicious.
Alright, thanks. Okay. Well, that is it. Okay.
God, you are really but you can't. But
No, I am so hungry. That was it for sure.
This
But
next session's gonna be like an hour long.
that's okay. You say that, but it will not be only an hour long. With the reading and everything, it's gonna be longer than that. We knew it was Echo. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, everyone's just out this time. But that is it for today. I do need to hibernate. I need to go on vocal rest right now. I'm gonna go eat and chill out.
And then who knows
And
when we'll finish
then that's some Fortnite maybe.
it. It's like,
Relax, I can't even process information that fast. Okay. How do I exit the game? Okay. We've done it. At last. It was rough. My voice is feeling it for sure after all that reading, but I'm glad that we did the extra day because I do think genuinely that we can get this done next session. Fingers crossed. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out, for watching. What's everyone leaning toward? Like, do we have any new theories to consider after all the information today? I'm honestly feeling like more lost. I'm feeling more lost than ever after today.
Jealous rage.
All the misdirection of Scully, of course.
Doesn't even make sense, Scully.
Oh gosh. Yeah. I just really don't even know at this point. I'm really curious to see who we're gonna be meeting in the train car next time with the mysterious, scary note.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you caught that when Fish said it.
What?
A knife replacement.
Knife replacement?
Wood carving knife.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. Oh shit. Yeah, no, you're right. I didn't think about that at all. But you know who else has access to those? Is
Chip.
Chip. I'm just saying.
Has less motive.
I'm just saying.
Well, it actually kind of has the same kind of motive.
Yeah, they have similar levels of motive. And I don't trust people who come from money. So, you know, he's still on the board as far as I'm concerned.
Go back to the main screen.
I will. This one?
Yeah.
Here we are. Who else would have access to sharp things? Rolf, maybe, for what he was using to like grind the horse's hooves, right? Or
Yeah.
to like scrape them, maybe something like that. Yeah, I was gonna say Alice definitely has like a toolbox with all kinds of shit in
So
it.
it's
Probably
anyone,
knives.
basically?
It's anyone's game.
It's basically anyone.
It's anyone's game at this point. Yeah, I feel like less sure of any
Is
one
there anyone
direction.
you're like sure didn't do it? For me, I'd say Moses. I feel like
I don't have any inklings against Moses, honestly.
like especially hearing this whole thing goes belly up. If there's no like, why would he do that?
Yeah. As much as I'm like pretty certain it was someone at the circus, now I'm also like, is there some like, is it gonna be some random twist that like it was some competition, you know, that was bitter and jaded, or like someone she worked with in those few years in between that we don't know anything about?
Tito.
Is Tito.
He did it psychically. That's why it's like weird.
Nice. But yeah, you know, that it could be like a business thing that someone realized that the whole circus is kind of, you know, dead without Hattie,
Like a
and took
Moses
her out.
competitor?
Yeah. That feels less likely to me, but I do know from editing your review that there's some sort of, you know, unexpected element to the ending. So maybe so. Yeah, I don't know. I think really for me, Moses is the only one that I feel
It's like 100%.
mostly safe about. I mostly feel confident in Alice that it wasn't her, but a little less so after today. Just with like her involvement in the trick, you know, in operating it.
How you feel about 18? Jilted lover?
I don't feel like she's jilted lover or like that she would have done it intentionally. But I do feel like she is the type to cover up for people. Like, despite her past relationships and like loyalty to Hattie, you know, I think she's pretty logical about it. And like, if she's trying to protect someone who's still alive, like her priority is there, because like what's done is done and Hattie's already gone, you know.
It feels like accident's kind of off the table.
It does feel like
Because
accident
of
is
the
off
swap.
the table, yeah.
They're staging it to look like an accident.
I know, yeah. So then maybe not 18, because I don't know.
That's the
I don't know
only
if she
case.
would have. I don't know if she would have done it, but she might have.
What about Rolf? Rolf feels.
I think Rolf's just there. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
what I'm saying. Rolf feels like the guy who's just there.
Yeah, I don't think he didn't even know like that the trick was fake or anything, and like
Sam, it seems like no one knew.
yeah, no, that's true. But you know, he just seems really disconnected in general from all of it. Like I don't really suspect him, but you never know. Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with the mystery, which
We're
is
almost there.
nowhere.
You're
I don't
like-
know.
You genuinely are like, you just have to do one more day, and then when it hits 7, things just start happening.
Things just pick up then. I feel like we're not gonna be able to solve the mystery of who attacked Detective Jones. I just don't feel like
I
we're
don't know
gonna
if there's
get
a
it at
way,
this
man.
point. There must be a way. There must
Because
be.
you just ask it, and they're like,
I know, they all just laugh at you. It's all just a cosmic
"We're all
joke,
gonna laugh at
actually.
you." But yeah, I think you're basically there.
Basically there. Next time, fingers
What-
crossed.
And here you want the extra stress teaser.
Sure.
Once you get to the end, and you're having to guess what happened,
Mm-hmm.
you have a limited amount of lives to guess what
To
happened.
guess. That sucks. Thanks for telling me that.
So
Yeah, that's
more
exciting.
stress.
That's exciting. I love stress.
But you
Love
can
to feel more
the
stress.
good thing about it is you can mess up, right? You can mess up. You don't have to get it immediately perfect right first try.
Yeah,
So there's leeway.
I know, but did you see how many times I had to guess, even just for that last piece of evidence we were contradicting with Aideen? Not feeling confident at this point. It was crazed fanatic. All our work was for naught. Honestly, it's it could be some
Or
twist like that. Or
it was Detective Jones.
or it was Jackie.
Say, hey, something weird's happening. Comes down, kills Hattie, and then goes, hey, I was called over by Hattie.
No, literally there is still a part of me that thinks like that could be the twist. And like, you know, maybe Jackie was someone that Hattie had worked with or trained with in that like in between time, in between being
That makes-
mentored with
So then,
what's his name, and then being there.
do you think Jackie hit Detective
Jackie hit the
Jones?
detective. Maybe. And then it is an impossible case to solve because we can't ask Jackie, right?
Because we saw Jackie that one time.
Yeah, I don't think they ever interact.
Yeah, like he said, like, "Hey, wait," and then like they're gone.
There's very much still a part of me that's like harboring that idea that it is Jackie.
All I'm gonna say is it's gonna be a fun final session.
It's gonna be a fun final session.
Lots of things, lots of gasps,
Yeah.
especially from Scully. I mean, what?
What?
Huh?
Why?
Dang! Can't believe Echo did it. I mean,
Can't
wait,
believe
shit!
Echo did it.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that.
Damn. And I can't believe Chip had an evil twin.
I can't believe Chip is actually the one who like saves everyone's lives. Can you believe that?
And I can't believe that Detective Jones was 3 raccoons in a trench coat.
From
That's
Fortnite.
wild. From
like,
Fortnite.
Like Vinny said, Jonesy.
Oh. I don't know who that is.
That's the like blonde guy that's like has a million skin alternatives.
I don't know.
There was one season where it was just like multiverse and it was all the different versions of him.
Nice.
Because he had like 20 different skins.
All
What was
right. Enough theorizing. We're all theorized out for the day.
To him,
What was that?
Glory's live.
Oh
Like,
really?
doo-doo.
Oh
Hit the heart.
really? What?
Hit the
Where?
heart at the top.
Where? Here?
No. More top
Here?
than live. And we can look.
Okay, but I believe you about the one that is
Why,
where
if
we'll
you
go to.
wanted to go anywhere else, you can.
Why would I want to go anywhere else?
I
We're our
don't
friend,
know.
you goof. So silly. Nice, 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 nice. All right. We
Oh,
are.
yeah, tree time.
Oh, tree time. No, you're so right. I'm so sorry.
Shit.
I'm so sorry. You're right. Are you even able to help me?
Set it up.
Okay.
Oh, just kidding.
Your phone is dead. Nay.
What do you mean, Nate?
You have a charger right now.
I was charging my Steam Deck.
Can I get the app on here, or is that gonna
Yeah,
be too
hold
hard?
on. Let me go over there.
I'm sorry, y'all. The phone. We usually use Nate's phone for.
Let me sit there. They get like a minute, 3 minutes of me. Because you're the one that has to get the treat. Feed it to her. Oh, you already do have it.
I have the app, but I don't know how to set it up. All right, give us just a moment for a technical problem.
Are you getting the treat?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm not dead. Despite,
Can I pee really quick?
yeah, despite what you might think, I'm not dead. Yeah, after we played games last night, I sat down and I was like, bro, my tummy is doing weird stuff. Like, I couldn't, like, bend over without pain. A little better today. So, I think it's clearing up, whatever it is. But, you know, we ride, we die. But yeah, can you believe it was all Echo, like, and at the end of this game, Echo just gets everyone. What is the plus program? Oh, never mind. Jesus. Why are they even telling me about that? Twitch is telling me to advertise my status towards getting to the Partner Plus program. I'm not a partner. Why are they telling me to talk about the Partner Plus program, brother? Man, Fern went to the bathroom and now... What else? What else can I tell you? We're going to be doing some fun stuff this week. Could say that. On the website and on the stream next weekend. I don't know. I was just trying to fill, bro.
I had to pee so bad. I'm so sorry. Okay. Are we ready?
It's on the ground.
It's on the ground.
You ready? Okay, I'm turning it on. Ready, chat? It's fill tree time, Scully. Oh, it's like vertical.
I know, I don't know.
There you go. Look, she's so gentle. Just give a little kiss. She didn't have a great day either. She also had some tummy trouble. Whoop! She dropped it. Look at her go.
An omega treat for her health.
Yeah, this is one of her health treats that she gets twice a day. Ever since we've been giving it to her, she's been more spry. For a while, she was kind of stumbling around. Good job. We did it. You gotta fill treat time. It's been years, Phyllis. You gonna shake?
Thank you, Lizzie.
Good job. All right. We did it. Look at my hair. It's so short, chat. It was like down here, and now it's up here. It all fell off.
Cut off 8 inches. Can you believe? Now get out of here, you scamps. No, you. You get out of here. Glory's here. Hi, Glory.
We're gonna be going to Glory.
We're coming to you right now. Coming to you live at twitch.tv/MarkushaGlow.
Well, now what do you want to say as your goodbye? Oh.
Oh no.
Welcome. We're gonna have a little raid train.
Welcome to the raid train.
Even more. Well, that's exciting, right?
It's exciting. We're going somewhere really great. I promise you.
We're gonna bring the love.
Thank you so much, Epoch and Kate, Ranger Kate.
Epoch's an amazing individual. Does a lot of crafting.
Yes.
Does a lot of mindfulness and meditation. It's always it's. If you're like in a time zone that's different than ours, especially like Epoch is gonna be great because Epoch streams really early, for us.
For us.
And which is a great thing though too, because usually when I catch Epoch streams, that's when I'm working so late that I'm so up so late, and going and watching Epoch streams when I'm in that like stressful like I'm gonna crack. Is always a delight and makes me feel better, you know?
A little Epoch medicine for the morning.
Yeah. So please give Epoch a follow and join us, Epoch chat, as we go and raid Mercutio Glow, dear friend Glory, who's playing Stardew Valley. So keeping the cozy vibes going for sure. So if you were already nice and cozy, it's a great time. I'm always doing it. I'm always running into Epoch and I'm like, hey, not a good morning necessarily. I've not gone to bed yet. But yeah, we're gonna bring the raid train. So please stick around from those from Epoch's community.
You want me to write up a message or you?
I'll write it real quick.
You just do classic Fern's book club raid or something.
There you go.
Oh.
Easy.
Oh, getting fancy with
There's
the raid message.
It can change the emotes. Oh, thank you so much, Epoch. And you're such a hard worker. Are you kidding me?
So
Teacher, streamer extraordinaire, crafter. Are you kidding
all
me?
The crafts.
It is nuts.
It's always amazing to me to see like just all of the things that you do. It's really cool. It inspires me.
There's the raid message. You can use whatever emotes if you do not have ours. Yeah, if you are new here, sorry you missed the stream. But we do all kinds of fun stuff. And we just did Fern's Book Club, where we play visual novels. And we're going to be doing some exciting, if you like indie games, keep your eyes on the channel. We're going to be doing some fun stuff this next weekend. That'll be pretty exciting. So, yeah.
A lot of narrative game focus, a lot of indie games.
Lots of stuff on the site, too. So,
Yeah.
alrighty. Let's start this. Let's get this raid going.
Get the glory party started.
Yeah, please come hang out with Mercutio Glow. Just a really cozy time, comforting time. It's still a little chaotic like us, you know. It's cozy chaotic.
Cozy chaos.
But yeah. Keep there's a lot gonna be happening both on the site and on stream over the next few months, including next month in June. We're already about 30 days away. Not E3 is here. So we will be streaming all the showcases, talking about all the games, covering it all. If you need a place to hang for all of that, we are the ones. We have so much fun doing that every year.
The passage of time blows my mind.
Yeah.
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 Alrighty. Let's go raid Glory. Thank you all so much for coming by. Thank you for the raid again.
Yeah.
Sorry we had to
Pop.
just immediately leave, but you know, you get it.
We'll see you all on the flip side.
Bye.
Bye.